Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the forum on challenges and opportunities in food systems across the Eastern Gangetic Plains. I am Rebecca Lifestyle Communication Specialist, IFPRI-South Asia. Today, our chief guest, Dr. Trilocharan Mahapatra, Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, DARE, and Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, ICAR, will join us later in the session. Before we kickstart the session, I would like to make a couple of housekeeping announcements. To help the chairperson and panelists keep track of time and to ensure that we timely conclude the event, we will send you an alert message in the chat box when you get close to exceeding the allocated time. We are keen to hear from you, and participants are requested to share their questions in the Q&A box. The event is also live streamed at South Asia YouTube channel. So without further ado, we will now start the session on women in South Asia's food systems. This session will be chaired by Dr. Kuhu Chatterjee, Program Coordinator, Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research. I would now like to invite Dr. Suchitra Sen, Professor, Centre for the Study of Regional Development, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to present on greenscape in the Brahmaputra Basin. Over to you, Dr. Sen.
Should I start?
Yes.
I'm not able to share my screen. You are sharing it.
Dr. Sen, let me just check if you have the co-host.
No, that's okay. If you share it, it's fine. I mean, it's just that if I have control, then it's better.
Dr. Sen, we have given you the host.
Okay. All right.
You will be able to share it. I think Ruchi is sharing.
I think you have to stop sharing to be able to, for me to be able to do it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay, so thank you very much for having me. It's always nice to be among friends, and I mean, I have shared this work earlier in other forums, but it's exciting to do it, and I'm evolving it over a period of time. So it'll be exciting to hear your comments about it. So I've entitled it Genderscape in Brahmaputra Basin, and basically it is an attempt to relate space with gender primarily, with the physicality of the river. So that's the basic thing. So this is from, I mean, I'll just give the context of the work a little later, but this is just to show you, this is not a very good photograph. But this is in Bhutan, a confluence of two rivers, Pochu and Mochu, which is one is male river and female river. Now, I'm just trying to point towards the gender stereotyping of even the naming of the river, because the Pochu, which is a male river, is narrower, faster. It causes, more riverbank erosion and all of that. And Mochu is like, it's broader and it has a more gentle slope, and generally it's a quieter river. So just to start with this, and we have in this particular work, so just let me go to the backdrop of it. This is, I used to be in Saki Waters. I was heading Saki Waters, an organization which focused on water issues in South Asia. So this was a two-part project, and what I'm presenting is the second part of the project. So basically, the first part was about transboundary water management, and looked at the dialogue between government at various levels across countries, within states, also within different regions. The second part, which I'm drawing upon, is actually something which is which was initiated from the understanding it was kind of a bottom-up thing. The former one is a top-down kind of thing, because it really looked at the governance structure. So it just started with a basic understanding that people are not heard enough in the ground. and their voices are important to feed into the transboundary water management issues. Within that, the recognition was this, that women's voice are even less heard. So there is this intersectionality of class and gender both. So basically poor, the voice of the poor are who actually live along the river are not heard. Within that, women are even less heard. So this is how it started. But then the initial effort of the project actually went on to record women's voices about the river. This completely drew a blank because there was absolutely no direct relationship which could be made out when the problem was approached this way. So we kind of changed the work a little bit, and I take responsibility for it. So what we figured was that we have to go down to a more basic level and start it from a somewhat theoretical, with a theoretical framework. But what we kind of understood from our preliminary field work is that along the river, there are multiple kind of gender relationships, and the gender relationships change over a period of time. So before, I mean, if you do not understand that, then it is very difficult to simply go and ask women what their views are about the river, which then it would be hard to interpret this. So where we start from is that we use then space as a framework for understanding gender relations. And in this particular case, we start with this, that the river from the upstream to the downstream, this is what we start with. It gets slightly more complex as we go along. But from upstream and downstream, as you come down, the gender relationship and the patriarchies, the kind of patriarchies which is positioned along the river are different. So there are plural patriarchies, the gender relationships change. Now, the word genderscape has been used before, and it has been used both in terms of, say, imagined spaces, where actually the spaces are containers of gender relationship performances and portrayals of all of this everyday activity, how men and women interact with each other. But what we focused on is this, but in terms of an existential or lived in space. So we did not go into the imagined space part of it. And the second thing which came across, of course, which I've already mentioned, that the role of a natural landscape, the relationship of that with social constructs or social production of or production of the society along natural landscapes. This idea has not been new, it's quite old. It's just that the application, I think the way we had done this work, the application was somewhat new. So to start with, what is the rationale of believing that along the river as you come down, the gender relationships are going to change? So we start with this basic proposition that river valleys historically have had better quality of land when you have depended on agriculture, and so it had higher productivity. Therefore, there was demand for labor, and men stayed back. This was if anything, subsequently an in-migrating region, and also hired male laborers from outside, and men who are there controlling. So therefore, control of land becomes very important. Property rights are extremely skewed, owned by men, practically none owned by women. Historically, now, even after the 2005, there is a change in the, Hindu accession rule. There's an amendment to that as to how property rights are defined, but not much has happened even after. I mean, it has not been implemented properly, but I'm talking about historically. So there are skewed gender relationships. So therefore, the idea is that the land being the pivotal resource around which the patriarchy actually develops. So, all the norms of patriarchy, like whether women can work, whether you need to control women in terms of their wages, whether they need to actually do more of the domestic work and not come outside, whether they are permitted to work on somebody else's land where where it is work in exchange of pay. All of this have really are quite easily visible. This is what we start with. The other is the rugged space, which is the upstream area, which is the hills, which is just pitch it against what I've just mentioned about the valleys, poorly connected, low fertility, sparsely populated. Men have to migrate out. Value of land is low. And what then happens is that women historically have been left behind to do whatever agriculture that there is. Therefore, there is no restriction on mobility, at least for the work issues. Now, therefore, what we again start with is that, therefore, it is possible to hypothesize that historically this would create patriarchal heartlands in the valley region and somewhat muted patriarchies in the rugged area or upstream area or plateau region. So we initially jump into a quantitative analysis, which comes from a gender atlas, which we have done before, but we just cut out. So the quality of map is not very good, but it's adequate to make my point. So we have looked at different kinds of indicators, some vis-a-vis the agriculture and some vis-a-vis other things, water, etc. What we have seen is that what we kind of hypothesized in the beginning, the quantitative data, whether it is in terms of ratio of female to male work participation rate, share of women among cultivators. The third thing which I show here is a little different, percentage of household having treated water sources. And this is linked to gender relations because this work is primarily on the women, particularly in the rural areas. So what we see is the lighter color is actually greater disparity. It is a reciprocal scale. And the darker area is less gender disparity. So we can see really in all of these three things, and I'll go on to another thing, which is the fourth one, which is percentage of government schools having girls' toilets. Now, the last two, this treated water and girls' toilet, are actually policy variables. That is, I mean, in the sense that how much of investment has been made where, and it's a function of that. The first two are slightly different, but what we really see is that in spite of the fact that in fact the availability of water is higher in the valley region, in fact you have a reverse order of any infrastructure that go on to, say, in the first case ease the burden of women, and in the second case facilitate participation of girl children into schooling. I mean, so prevents dropout in a way. So the literacy rate is neither here nor there. It does not give a very sharp kind of thing. So in the beginning, the first part, we see really that there is it does conform to the kind of broad hypothesis that we started with. Now we went on to our field work, which was really, it was a base work of about 3 months, about 21 days. I was in the field traveling from the top to the bottom. It was a quick kind of field work. What we saw was that in the upstream area, so we did Bhutan, Arunachal, Assam, and Bangladesh. China, of course, for logistic reason, we will not able to cover. So what we saw that there was, in a broad sense of the term, the kind of the recognition of the river and in terms of its ecosystem services was understood better, understood kind of similarly. I won't say exactly similarly, but relatively similarly by both men and women. So women were far more aware of the kind of services that the river offered. As also in Bhutan, I would like to make the point. So the first, this photograph is from Bhutan. In Bhutan, earlier, now it has changed in recent years, but earlier the land would be inherited by women. So they typically, the women managed the land and the men worked in the service sector primarily. They were better educated, but the control of the land were with women primarily. So in Bhutan, I would like to make a distinction between Arunachal Pradesh and Bhutan, where in Bhutan, there was this very clear idea of how to manage the land vis-a-vis the river. Now, this is a region where the river is very, very below. I mean, it's far below than where you're cultivating. Now, this particular woman, why I have a photograph, is that was also aware of the climate change issues and how a pump could actually, what would be the cost, etc., for a pump to actually pull water upstream. And she had this entire calculation of that, which is a far cry. So as you go to Arunachal, you do not see what you see in Bhutan, but still, in terms of workspaces, expanded workspaces, you saw women everywhere, which is true of most of the hill regions. As you came to downstream, I'm cutting short because I'm just contrasting. There are clearly gendered views about river and flood. I would not like to make make a judgmental call on what these views are, but it is definitely gendered. Women are one thing which I would like to mention is women are definitely disconnected from the monetary transaction part of of the function of the river, because that was our lens, both in terms of fishing and agriculture, whereas men looked on it in terms of a monetized cash how much, what kind of profitability, and so on and so forth. Now, in this whole scenario, so far so good. We are following the kind of hypothesis we have started with, but I want to problematize this now. So the first, I'm sorry, the photograph is terrible because I took it from very far away. If you can see at all, there's this man pushing a kind of a machine, handheld machine, which plows the land. Now, I don't know whether the listeners here are aware of this, that in generally, South Asian culture, women do not plow land. There is again a gendered angle to it, because the earth is considered as a feminine gender. So in here, in spite of the fact of, in spite of what I mentioned about Bhutan, any kind of machine was only handled by. So this is one departure. The second photograph here is about only, again, taken from a distance, but you can see only women working, which I've already mentioned. But this has a flip side to it, which I would like to bring out, which is that it's not as if the domestic duties and extra domestic duties are eased out for them. So it's double and triple burden for them. So they do all the work in agriculture plus the work, in this thing. Leading, and this has an important significance, because then, there were women, and this was a qualitative survey primarily, women have reported that they do not, many of them have reported they simply do not have the time to attend, say, the Gram Sabha meetings or any other meeting which has to take any decision about the river. This is a similar thing which is in Pasighat in Arunachal, where all these 4 women are actually better educated compared to their male counterparts. So there is no problem in terms of their access to education. But again, they reported a slightly different thing, that in terms of their public participation, in terms of public meetings and decision making, there is a clear aversion of the society at large, or men at large, if women actually voice their opinion. So barely they kind of articulated the kind of idea that, they are barely allowed to attend it, but they have to sit back. And one among this, the first one, she said that I still did not care. I voiced my opinion, but I've been given this, I've been looked on as a loose woman and things like that. The fourth photograph is about Apatani tribe, and I'm just trying to show that, of course, men also have this, but women have much deeper this thing of tattoos and nose plugs, which is actually, something which is, when we went into it, it is a kind of a property ownership. So she's owned by the men or the society at large. Now, these are some of the riders to the broad kind of hypothesis where we did find some kind of a confirmation, but I just wanted to problematize. The second thing which we stumbled upon is that till now we were looking at space from upstream, downstream context. But there was a very clear, as we proceeded with our fieldwork, very clear another kind of microcosm of spatial framework which we had to come up with, where it is close to the river and away from the river, irrespective of whether you're located upstream or downstream. Truer for the middle reach of the river and the lower reach. Now, what we saw was that briefly, the poorest of the poor have stayed back close to the river. And please remember that we are talking about Brahmaputra, where flood is an annual event, and it is kind of difficult for anybody to actually handle this. So it involves cost, uncertainty, and all of this. So what we saw without fail was that the poorest of the poor have stayed back. Anybody could have moved away from the river, have moved away. And these people primarily directly dependent on river as their means of livelihood, fishing primarily, sometimes agriculture. Much of them where we have interviewed were the Mishing tribe. And they have to face the consequences and uncertainties of the river flood, bank erosion, and all of that. Flood is not all that bad, because during flood, if you're depending on fishing, if it's not an extreme event, you actually have a higher yield of fish at that point of time. So they really necessarily do not look on flood as a complete disaster, which is different from the people who live away, who have landed property rights. Here, people who live along the river, there are no property rights defined, and they accept primarily, other than extreme events. Of course, what they have a problem with is the bank erosion, which is a very big problem. But other than that, they accept the life as a way of life, and they have high amount of adaptive skills. So away from the river, there is other side of the embankment. In Brahmaputra, actually, this is marked by the embankment. So the river side of embankment and the other side of embankment, where property rights are well defined, where you have settled agriculture, where caste is a very big issue, where again the gender, the patriarchies are much more skewed. So what I was saying, that as I was coming from upstream to downstream, it becomes more skewed, generically speaking. But this also, when you move away from the river and have property rights and settled agriculture, again, your gender relations become very skewed. And there is this space and class divide, which is coming up here, what I'm trying to present. The last thing which I want to actually just mention, and that's not part of the framework as such, but you can't run away from flood when you're talking about Brahmaputra. So in terms of the gender division of work, the preparation of the flood, which is an annual event, is completely with the women. During the disaster, actually, the gender division of work dilutes. You can see a photograph. There are few examples here where men and women both are fishing, one in a flooded agricultural field, other on the side of the road. This is both girl and boy children occupying a school building, where they have shifted. This is the mother and the father both together bathing the child. So, however, pre and post, now post flood, there's a lot of work. Men go out for work primarily. Women have this work of putting the house together, in shape, which is a huge lot of work, and it's fraught with infections and a lot of hard labor of removing mud and so on and so on.
Sorry to interrupt, Sucharita. Yeah. You have finished your time.
Oh, I see. So yes. Okay. Can I take 2 minutes more?
Or yeah, because it will eat into other people's time.
Okay.
But
okay. I'll stop. I can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sen, for presenting the interesting insights on the genderscaping in Brahmaputra Basin. We will now like to invite Dr. Javeria Hazrana, Assistant Professor, Christ University, to speak on intra-household differences in food consumption in Bangladesh. Over to you, Dr. Hazrana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rebecca. Am I audible? Rebecca, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, Dr. Hazrana.
All right, so I'll just start by sharing my screen. I'm not able to share my screen. could you give me the post?
Okay, I will just check again. Sorry about that.
So, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening as well. Thank you for having me. So, the work I'll be talking about today is something that we are currently working on and refining. So, it's very exciting to be talking about it. I have tentatively titled it Intra-Household Variation in Fish Consumption and Income Shocks. So I'll just check if I can share again. I can share it now. Thank you, Rebecca. So this I have tentatively titled this work Intra-Household Variation in Fish Consumption and Income Shocks. And what we are looking on in this work is basically, so there are three focal points of this work. The first is what is the difference when we use intra-household data as compared to household level aggregate data? The second is how much variation in fish consumption, which is one of the most important sources of animal source foods for Bangladeshi people. So how much variation exists at the intra-household level, meaning how much variation is there between gender and different household members. And the third point, the third focal point of this work is what happens when there is an income shock, either a covariate shock or an idiosyncratic shock. So what is the impact on fish consumption and who within a household is impacted the most? So I have got some points over here that kind of help to contextualize this issue.
Dr. Hazrana, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you please make it a full slide?
Oh, yes.
Yes, make it into a slideshow. I was just
slideshow. Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Rebecca.
It's a slideshow now. Thank you. So some points to just kind of contextualize this issue. So a lot of there is a lot of focus there's a lot of focus lately on nutrition and food security. And a lot of work has looked at these issues. A lot of them, however, utilize data which is at the household level. So despite, and that brings us to the first point, so despite the well-acknowledged importance of understanding food security and nutrition, a lot of the work is basically not looking at what is happening at the individual level, rather they're looking at what is happening for households as an aggregate. Given that intra-household distribution can vary a great deal within a household because individual family members can have different bargaining power, it is very much possible that we are missing some nuances of the issue when we do not look at individual consumption. For example, it is possible that one or more member who is living in a household which is having a high level of aggregate consumption is actually deprived or is much below the household average or even a target level, as in the case of fish. Because I'll just point this out now. So in the case of fish, the Bangladeshi government has said 60 grams per individual per day is the target level. And recent work does show that Bangladesh stands at 62.58 grams per individual. However, this figure is not based on individual consumption level, it is based on household consumption level. So that really is our focal point. So what happens to this figure when you look at individual consumption? And the recent work by Brown et al. In 2018 shows that in Bangladesh, 35% undernourished individuals do reside in households which are categorized as having high income. And the interesting point is policies or any targeted interventions which are based on household level data can actually be missing who they should target. For example, if hypothetically speaking, if we are trying to implement a program that is looking at nutrition for young girls through a school meal program, we cannot ignore what is happening within a household. It is very much possible that following such a program, there can be reallocation of food in such a way that other household members are now consuming more and these girl children are now consuming less food. So again, a point to reinforce why we should be using individual level data as compared to household level data. Another very related strand of literature utilizes income shocks to look at how these impact consumption. And that is something we kind of attach to this paper, that what happens when you look at when an income shock strikes and within a household is impacted the most. Fish provides an interesting case, and we concentrate more on fish rather than aggregate consumption. And a few reasons over here. These are really things that have been highlighted in the literature. A lot of studies show that in Bangladesh, fish is one of the most important animal source foods. It provides 60% of the protein. It is often cheaper than other animal source foods, meat, chicken, beef, and that's why it's one of the reasons why it's consumed more. And recent reports do show that on an average, individuals consume around 62.58 grams, which is more than the target. So to narrow down, the fundamental questions are, is there intra-household variation in fish consumption? If so, are we missing out individuals who are deprived? And is there a gender differentiated impact of income shocks on individual consumption? So a good starting point for us is to start looking at some highlights of the data even before we go into a modeling or regression framework. And the next few slides highlights this. And we use the BIHS data for this, all 3 rounds, 2011, 15, and 18. And on this slide, I simply present the quantity of fish consumed in the latest round, which is 2018, and find definitely for all age groups, there is a difference in male and female members, where females are consuming less, especially in the highest age group. Across income levels, also there is a differentiation in fish consumption, whether in poor or rich households. In all cases, women are consuming less. To kind of highlight these gender and age differences, and also to attach it later to our results, we kind of define different family members based on age and gender. So we have prime aged men, women, boys, girls, and then elderly men and elderly women. Plotting their kernel density shows that prime aged men are the ones that consume the maximum fish, and this is followed by elderly men. Girls within a household are the ones who are consuming the least, and on an average, the women across all age groups are consuming less. So this is something that was highlighted in the previous slide as well. The next question we ask is, are they below or above target individuals who are living in above or below target households? Meaning, do we have households which have high fish consumption, but there are some individuals within them who are deprived? And for this, we kind of carry out this exercise where we classify using individual consumption data, classify who is consuming less than the target level, and then we look at households. With no inequality, a household should be either above target level or below target level. We find, however, this is not the case. In 24% households, you have at least one individual who is consuming less fish than the target level, which is 60 grams. And in 8.36% households, there are individuals who are consuming more than target level. So again, we circle back to our initial points. You have individuals who have low bargaining power or who are deprived compared to other family members. Interestingly, we find that this inequality has increased. So if we look at these two lines, we find that they are basically converging to a point. And the last one is for 28. The next question is, are we kind of misclassifying individual level variation in fish consumption? And to look at this, we plot the Lorentz curve. So the first one is at for households, and the second one is for individuals. Interestingly, we find that inequality is much higher if we look at individual consumption level. For household level, it is much less. So this was about our data visualization. In the next slide, I have got some results from our regression. So we have got the first set of our regressions up, and on this slide, I highlighted. So before I go into this figure, just a few points. So within this regression framework, we are looking at two things. The first is what essentially is determining fish consumption. and these are our fixed effects, covariates. And the second thing that we're looking at is we know by now that there is variation within a household, but after we account for all covariates, after we account for the data sampling methods, how much variation still remains within a household. So this figure kind of summarizes both of these points. The first two bars are basically showing intra-household variation in fish consumption. And these are followed by household level and then a few other aggregate level just to account for data sampling. We find that the highest level of variation is basically at the intra-household, meaning whatever are the differences between different family members, these are the driving forces as to why somebody is consuming more or somebody is consuming less. The different colors of the bars are basically accounting for how we are defining the model. The gray one is basically where we are accounting for a lot many covariates. The blue one is basically the one that does not have any explanatory variables. We find in either of the case, the distribution of variation remains the same. And to summarize, we can basically say 55% of variation in fish consumption is attributable to differences within a household. Again, circling back to our initial point, this is something that is being missed if we do not use intra-household data. So this slide is now moving on to the second question: what happens when there is an income shock? So we have defined two kinds of shocks, covariate and idiosyncratic, and that's what this figure shows. So the marginal effects of the shock, and we find very interestingly, different family members are impacted to different degrees and extent. Girls are impacted much more, boys as well, women are impacted less, but these prime age men are the ones who have the least impact of covariate shocks. In comparison, idiosyncratic shocks not have that much of an impact on fish consumption. This can be due to some kind of consumption smoothing method or maybe some other factor, but it's the covariate shocks which basically have the maximum impact. And this result actually aligns very closely with the work of Brown et al., where they show that it's the women who basically have lesser consumption in within. The next question we ask is the impact of income shocks on individual fish consumption sensitive to the income level of the household? Meaning, is it that if women or girls are in poorer households, are they then impacted more compared to their counterparts who are in better income households? So again, we find there is a differentiation that's going on over here. Income shocks have a negative impact in all kinds of households. However, this impact is more pronounced when some of these individuals are located in poorer households. So the marginal effect of women is 2 times stronger than that of men. And for girls, it is 4 times stronger in poorer households. The impact of men, though negative and significant, is relatively lower in all income categories. So there are, to summarize, 4 key findings from what we have done till now. First, individual determinants, gender, age, marital status all have a significant bearing, and pick this result out basically from our the regression results that I did not present in detail. A large fraction of the total variation exists at the intra-household. So looking at aggregate household data does miss this nuance. And this basically we pick up from the variation graph that I presented. Income shocks, especially covariate shocks, have a gender differentiated impact. Prime age men see a smaller reduction in fish intake compared to women, and women are less impacted than boys, especially boys and girls, especially girls. In poorer households, the impact of income shocks on women is 2 times stronger. And for girls, it is 4 times stronger. So to summarize, it is girls who are impacted the most in case covariate shock occurs within a household, such as a drought or a flood. So that's the end of my presentation. I believe I finished in time, Rebecca.
Yes, you did perfect on time. Thanks so much, Dr. Hazrana. I would like to remind the participants again that we have a discussion at the end of the session, and to participate, please send your questions in the Q&A box and the chairperson will take it during the discussion. I am afraid our colleague, Dr. Mosna Alvi, the research fellow from International Food Policy Research Institute, could not join us today online as she sends her regrets. So she has shared her recorded presentation on COVID-19 and women farmers in Nepal Tarai. But her co-author, Prapti Barua, who is Senior Research Analyst, IFPRI, has joined online and she'll be happy to take questions during the discussion session. Ruchi, can I please request you to pull up the presentation of Dr. Alvi?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there in person to make this presentation, but I'm really glad that I have this opportunity to present this work that we have been doing over the past 2 years, looking at the impacts of the pandemic on women farmers, specifically those in the Nepal Tarai region. And this is joint work with several of my colleagues, including Avinash Kishore, Prapti Barua, Smriti Saini, and Shweta Gupta. And this is part of the Cereal Systems Initiative for South Asia and the Gender, Climate and Nutrition Initiative, both funded by USAID. So the COVID-19 induced lockdown created massive impacts for the agriculture sector. And this was due to the restrictions and closure of input markets, input and output markets at national borders. We wanted to study the impacts of the COVID lockdown on the economic condition and agriculture decision-making of maize-growing farmers. And we did that using 2 rounds of phone surveys with 2,300 maize farmers in the Dang district of Nepal. The assessment was part of a larger RCT that we did to assess the effectiveness of different extension approaches to reach farmers with information on fall armyworm. And I'll speak about what that is a little bit later. And like I said, the study was supported by USAID, and this is part of sort of their interventions targeting maize farmers in this region. And so we wanted to ask our respondents how the restrictions impacted their access to markets and farming inputs, their earnings, access to agriculture extension, coping strategies, and impacts on migration, because this is an area that sees large amount of out-migration to India and to other countries. A subset of these farmers were also chosen at random to be followed for over a year. And this was really to understand the gendered impacts of COVID-19. And so for this, we took about 500 farmers from this sort of larger sample of over 2,500 farmers. And we surveyed them for more than a year between July 2020 and August 2021, specifically to understand the gendered impacts of the pandemic. And like I mentioned, our study area is the Dang district, which is in the Lumbini province of Nepal, an area that borders India, the Indian state of Uttar Pradesh. More than 70% of respondents in both the studies referred to here, so in the subsample of the 500 farmers as well as the 2,000 farmers were women. And for about 38% households in our sample, women were the primary agriculture decision maker. Our sample is dominated by small farmers who own less than 1 hectare land, and more than half the households had at least 1 migrant member at the time of the first survey. With respect to caste composition in our sample, and we look at caste because it is an important determinant of agriculture outcomes in sort of the larger South Asia region, the largest proportion of respondents in our sample identified as Terai Janjati, followed by Kshetris and Brahmins, and a smaller proportion were Dalits and Hill Janjatis. So for our purposes, we categorize Kshetris and Brahmins as upper caste, and Terai Janjatis, Hill Janjatis, and Dalits in the lower caste group. And this is consistent with the way the practice sort of social hierarchy in this part of in this region. So the couple of things that I will be discussing today are agriculture, access to agriculture markets, access to inputs, extension, sources of income and remittance, coping strategies, food insecurity, and finally, emotional well-being. So the lockdown coincided with wheat harvest in Nepal, and although the government was quick in exempting agriculture sector from restrictions around movement, there was a lot of confusion on ground among authorities and the farmers. And we found that among the farmers who reported selling their crop, which is about 55%, more than half of them shared that they faced issues in selling their output. And we can see that mobility restrictions were the most commonly reported issues. There were a few farmers who had to discard their vegetable produce in the field itself or feed them to livestock as they feared COVID transmission or could not access markets on time. Another persistent issue that emerged was lower prices for crop in the market, which obviously implies lower farm income. And what that does is that has potential, sort of dampening effect on future agriculture investment. So trapping farmers in sort of the cycle of low investment, low output over several kind of agriculture seasons, even if the shock itself was concentrated in one season. By round 2 of our survey, of the main survey, fewer farmers had harvested the crop, so we could not really get sort of more accurate information. But lower prices for agriculture produce continue to be a major issue. Here we do not find as much of sort of a difference according to gender. We do find that men are slightly more likely to report poor demand, and women are slightly more likely to report that they could not sell their produce, they could not sell their full produce. For crops sown between April to June 2020, which is the Kharif season, more than half the farmers faced issues in also procuring inputs. And most of this was concentrated in issues in procuring seed, but more than that in issues in accessing fertilizers. And these issues were reported by about 75% farmers. Slightly more women reported issues in procuring fertilizers and seeds than male farmers. And this trend sort of continued a little bit also until our second round. And to give a little bit of perspective, Nepal is entirely dependent on imports for fertilizers, and due to COVID-19, imports were stuck at Indian ports for several months, and which is what we see reflected here for the monsoon crop, the summer crop and the monsoon crop, which is August to September. The major spike in fertilizer unavailability cannot solely be attributed to COVID, because this is an area that does routinely face issues in access to fertilizer, but there is no doubt, and it is sort of confirmed by other surveys in the region that input access, especially for fertilizers, became a bigger issue during the COVID pandemic. This is similar for seeds, because several varieties are imported legally or through the grey market, which is again impacted by the lockdown. More recent surveys that have been done in the region indicate that farmers continue to face issues with fertilizer access and seeds to some extent as late as August of 2021. And this coincided with Nepal experiencing sort of the second wave of COVID-19, which resulted in closures, mobility restrictions, as well as restrictions in movement between Nepal and India. We asked farmers about their source for information on pest management before and after the lockdown, and we find that before the lockdown, the highest proportion of farmers were relying on intermediaries, essentially private input dealers, followed by their own networks of other farmers. Post the lockdown, among both men and women, we find that because of restrictions on movement, an increase in reliance on other farmers as a source of information. There's also been a slight but significant increase in reliance on mass media such as phones and internet. And surveys that we have done more recently of COVID in 2021 indicate that traditional knowledge and other farmers and group meetings continue to be an important source of agricultural information. And while reliance on agrovets has increased again, it is still much lower than it was pre-pandemic. And the graph also shows you sort of some important differences between men and women. We observe that a higher proportion of upper caste farmers rely on government extension structures and mass media when compared to lower caste farmers. And this is consistent with what is seen in other sort of surveys that are done in this region pre-COVID as well, with sort of better social networks among upper caste farmers, giving them access to better and higher quality information. When we look at the source of female farmers, we find a significantly higher proportion of women rely on other farmers, their neighbors, friends, as a source of information. And this is a result we saw both in sort of our larger survey that we did with over 2,500 farmers, as well as in the smaller survey that we did, where we were really able to dig into this question a bit more. And we've done a similar sort of gendered survey in Gujarat as well, where we have found similar reports of women's higher reliance on sort of informal sources of information rather than more formal sources of information. And this lack of information has obviously had impact. So we asked farmers whether they felt that their farms had been impacted because they could not get access to information on time, and about 35% farmers reported that their farm had suffered due to lack of timely and quality information. And over time, we saw that this number did reduce as farmers' access to information was somewhat restored over time. A majority of our farmers, as I mentioned, they were maize farmers. A majority of them experienced pest infestation between June to August 2020, including fall armyworm, which is a new and highly invasive pest in this region. And this really underscores the need to ensure that information is available timely and through multiple reliable sources on new and emergent threats, which cannot come really from the private network of agrovets and has to come from the government and more formal sources of information. We asked farmers what were the coping strategies that they had adopted to deal with the economic ramifications of the pandemic. And we found that almost 70% households reported at least one coping strategies, among which the most widely used was the use of savings and seeking help from family and friends. A point to note is how reliance on government aid has reduced drastically between the two rounds, the first just following the pandemic and the second several months after. We find that a significantly higher proportion of lower caste farmers resorted to looking for extra work and seeking help from the government or NGOs as compared to upper caste farmers. On the other hand, a higher proportion of upper caste used their savings and sought help from family and friends. And this could be explained by the lack of social network and capital among low caste farmers. We find sort of similar results when we look at the differences between men and women. And so we find that at least initially, just following the pandemic, women were more likely to report using their savings and using help and asking help from friends, but were less likely to work outside for additional income as compared to men. By far, the most stark difference between women and men was seen in the report of food insecurity. We used the widely used FIES, the Food Insecurity Experience Scale, to measure various dimensions of food access over several rounds from mid-2020 to 2021. So here I am I'm reporting from the sort of smaller sample which we used to measure gender impacts of COVID. And we find that on all indicators of food security, women reported significantly higher food access issues and food insecurity issues, including things like worrying about not having enough food and eating less food than usual. Lack of food is also reflected in other forms. We find very low dietary diversity among women farmers in Nepal, with an over-reliance on cereal crops and starchy vegetables in the diet, and much lower consumption of other protein and vitamin-rich foods such as dairy, meat, poultry, fish, eggs, nut, and seeds, all of which remained quite low. And we find that this sort of lack of dietary diversity and experience of food insecurity has somewhat persisted over several rounds. And if you see in this graph, in the fifth round, which was just following the second wave of the pandemic in in Nepal, we see again that food insecurity, which was going down over several rounds, again spiked, especially significantly among women farmers. One of the things that often gets ignored when we are looking at impacts of COVID among rural populations is the impact not just on economic and sort of social indicators, but also indicators of health, particularly mental health. And that's something we wanted to capture through our surveys. So we administered the Center for Epidemiological Studies Depression Scale, or CESD, to assess depressive symptoms among respondents as part of our gender study. And we did this from the third round, which was done in December 2020. And this scale consists of about 20 statements about how often they experience different indicators of stress and depression. The score ranges from 0 to 60, and an individual is said to be suffering from probable depression if their score is above 16. So going by this cutoff, we find that about 23% of women were suffering from probable depression in round 3, which reduced over time to under 20%. One of the things we wanted to see was how was mental health related to some of the other outcomes that we had studied. So when we look at the relationship between food insecurity, dietary diversity, and emotional well-being among women, we find that greater food insecurity was associated with higher odds of suffering from depression, whereas women who had achieved dietary diversity or had achieved sort of the minimum food group consumption in their diet were less likely to report odds of suffering from depression. So it's not just mental health that occurs in isolation. Various different aspects of food access, for example, can have a relationship with your mental health. I think overall the sort of message that we find from our research is that the impacts of any crisis, and the pandemic is just one example,
problem with the audio
becomes more of an issue and becomes a persistent threat. These kinds of shocks and stressors will continue to take place. The real message is that women farmers especially experience shocks and stressors differently than those experienced by men, especially along dimensions of food security, along dimensions of access to information. And I think any social protection measures following periods of crisis and shocks are going to need to take account of the different experiences of women farmers. I know I'm not present there to take any questions, but my colleagues and co-authors are in the room somewhere and will be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
May I now request the chairperson, Dr. Chatterjee, to give her remarks and also to open the session for discussion. Over to you, Dr. Chatterjee.
Thank you, and I would thank the organizers for giving me the chance to chair this session. I must confess I'm not a gender specialist, but I have learned from the best, and one of my gurus spoke today, Professor Sucharita Sen. She's taught me a lot, and I'm very glad that the panel today are all women, not men. It's not a manel, but it would have been interesting to see some men talking about gender issues too. From our work and my experience, there is considerable temporal and spatial variations in gender vulnerabilities at sub-regional levels in the Eastern Gangetic Plain. The ACIAR study, which Dr. Sen did for us, talks about regional and diverging trends over time. Intra-regional variations in women's role within the region is shaped by complex factors. The methods of collecting macro data on women's work varies within the 3 countries, which results in showing whether their work is treated as visible or invisible. One of the suggestions we could make was the time your surveys are used to measure women's work participation rates, and they're likely to be more accurate. And these are my general impressions. And thank you to all the speakers for their excellent presentations. And now I will open the floor to take questions. I will Tamara Jackson has asked a question about what can we learn from crisis situations like flood, COVID, biosecurity threats to advance gender equity at other times. Could I request Professor Sen to respond to this?
Yeah, well, I suspect that, the way we look at it would be different in terms of what you are talking about. So, what I presented here is not about COVID, but the flood context actually fits in. Now, I think in terms of a natural disaster, the first thing, if I draw upon the work, then the first thing that I'd like to say is that there is no uniform gender difference in terms of how, people look at flood. I mean, that is men and women look at flood. This, gender differential in terms of how they understand flood, how they negotiate flood, and so on and so forth, would depend. I think that's one of the important findings of, and the framework has defined it, would depend on the spatial context and also the intersectionality context. So, for example, when you look at it with the class intersectionality, which it is my fault that I was not able to come up with I think there were important conclusions and I ran out of time. One of the things that dangers which comes out of the study is actually when you do too much of pitching of gender, you run into the danger of ignoring very vulnerable men. So for example, when I was talking in the spatial context of on the river, particularly lower Assam region where Bangladeshi migrants occupy the riverine islands, which are called the chores, and just the bank, men are almost equally vulnerable. So therefore, and this is not the case, of course, when you go to the landed property rights, this thing where there's a huge gender difference and how they perceive flood. So I would say, and so I don't know whether I've answered Tamara's question, but only to say that this, from my context and my presentation, I don't think this can be generalized. However, one specific thing which I ended with was that during the crisis period, if you look at the thing, it seems to be diluted, but post flood, there is a lot of effect on, say, the girl children. The clean water becomes a very commodity in demand because it's just not there, because the flood water has got into everywhere, the contamination has got into everywhere. That is the time actually we saw that the girl children go far away to get drinking water and they drop out of school. So pre-flood and so pre-disaster and post-disaster. So the other lesson which we learned was that the disaster has to be broken up into a temporal frame. And then I think we can learn more about it. Sorry, Tamara, this was a messy answer.
Thank you. It's a messy issue. Avinash Kishore wants to ask a question.
I only want to give a part answer to the question, not from my own research, but research that my colleague Sudha and others at Ashoka University and ISI, Dr. Farzana Afridi and Dr. Kanika Mahajan have done, that at least in India, when COVID came, the states that already had, let's say, a stronger NREGA program, which is a workfare program, they were able to ramp up NREGA's delivery or job creation much more than weaker states where NREGA historically has been weaker, let's say my home state, Bihar. So one thing we know that it's not always easy to ramp up programs if they were already weak during crisis. So strengthening social safety net programs, even during normal times for vulnerable people is something you can do. If you have a strong base, then apparently it's easier to ramp it up when the demand is more or the need is more. That's one. The second part is in many cases, so for example, when Government of India announced a relief program for small entrepreneurs who had gone out of business or were struggling, banks struggled to deliver the money, even though there was a lot of need. And that's because these entrepreneurs were not visible, and it was not easy to target and identify who should get benefit and how to deploy funds better. I'm a researcher, so maybe I'm saying this for that reason. Is it stronger data systems, like better data on intra-household, as Javeria referred to, and even on informal businesses, and how to identify, or using other mechanisms, newer machine learning type mechanisms to identify who is the real needy when they don't have balance sheets and collateral, etc., to be able to help them. Those are two things that come to my mind right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Avinash. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Or if not, can I just ask Javeria about the way the data collection, the data available in Bangladesh, was it well disaggregated for gender? It's just a comment. Has Dr. Javeria left?
Javeria, you're muted. If you can just unmute and answer to what Dr. Kuhu is saying.
Yes, I have unmuted myself.
Dr. Javeria, you're audible now.
Okay, so I am sorry, Rebecca, I did not quite catch the question.
I asked the question that whether the data that you used for Bangladesh, was it sufficiently disaggregated gender data? Because Bangladesh has a good data set. It's just a question, just a comment, just a question, a clarification.
Or is it me? I'm not sure.
Yeah, they are very disaggregated data, Kuhu.
Okay. Thank you.
It is the data. Should I try to answer this?
I think Shahid has already responded. I just wanted to find out. I didn't know much about it. Thank you. So if there are no more questions, and we have noted Dr. Ghale's point of not to use caste-based analysis, and we take it on board. Now, I would like to call this session to an end, and thank you everyone for being so attentive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee, for sharing your comments and for steering the discussion. There are some questions, and if the panelists would want to respond them, they're there in the Q&A. So we will now move to the next session, which is on the Eastern Gangetic Plains food systems and the COVID crisis. This session will be chaired by Dr. Arvinda Kumar Pade, who is the Director, Country Relations and Business Affairs, India International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, IFPRI-South. I would now like to invite Manvi Gupta, Research Analyst, International Food Policy Research Institute, to share the presentation on the impact of COVID-19 on farm households in Bihar. Over to you, Manvi.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, it's visible. It's on full slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good morning and welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us for this section today. I'll continue from where my colleague Dr. Muzna Alvi left off, because there's a lot of similarities between the study that was conducted in Nepal and the study that I'll be talking about as well. So we looked at the impact of COVID-19 on farm households in Bihar in particular. This is a study that was undertaken along with some of our colleagues at the University of Pennsylvania, Dr. Soumitra Chatterjee and his team. And from IFPRI, it was Dr. Avinash Kishore and myself that were working on this. The analysis is still ongoing, so I will talk to you about the things that we have on hold, which we're looking at currently, but I'll share some of our initial findings with you. So just to give you a brief background, though I think everybody here is already aware, the government of India imposed a nationwide lockdown on 24th March 2020 to sort of curb the transmission of COVID-19 at the time, because there wasn't much research that had gone into the vaccines that are now available and to sort of minimize any loss of life. And there were restrictions, containment zones, social distancing policies. And this nationwide lockdown went on till about 31st May 2020. However, this obviously had quite large ramifications for the economic sector, with businesses closing down and unemployment going up. And in particular, the media houses spotlighted, there were a lot of impacts for wage laborers and especially migrant workers who were working in cities. Through the course of this study that I'll be talking about, we are trying to unearth what happened to farming households or agricultural households in one of the poorest states of India, and also look at what were the different channels through which the pandemic affected them. This lockdown was rolled back step by step by 30th June. However, we did see another lockdown in 2021, April to May, when the second wave of COVID-19 hit India. And our survey, which was conducted over 2 rounds, sort of covers both these lockdown periods. And so we discussed that as well. Now, even before the onset of COVID-19, the agricultural sector was experiencing some forms of economic distress, both in the forms of disinflation of farm gate prices as well as rising non-farm prices that were affecting incomes. We've also seen through some studies that the percentage of cultivation income was reducing in the overall composition of income, and that is a particular point that has an impact even on some of our findings from this study. Now, this is a graph that we have plotted in the trends in household income, per capita household income across farming and non-farming households in rural Bihar, using nationally representative data from CPHS, which is the Consumer Pyramid Household Survey that's published by the Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy. And we've sort of highlighted what happened during the 2 lockdown phases. And what we see is that farming households tended to be more resilient to the shock around the lockdown phase. However, post the lockdown, they seem to have reversed in trends, and farming households have seen lower per capita income compared to non-farming households. I would like to highlight here that when we talk about farming households, they are defined as households where a majority of the members are engaged in farming, but this does not exclude non-farming sources of income contributing to the household income. So it may be the case that these households managed to stay resilient because other sources acted as a buffer. It could be that in the counterfactual, remittance income went down from migrants. So there could be a lot of things at play, but just as an overall picture, what we seem to see is that agriculture or cultivation seem to be a little more resilient versus other sources of income when we look at nationally representative data. Now, the study that we conducted was conducted in 3 districts of Bihar, that is Nalanda, Purnia, and Samastipur, and it was conducted over 2 rounds of phone surveys. One that was carried out right after the first lockdown, and the second which was carried out in and around the second lockdown. This is a sample that was drawn from a previous study conducted in 2018-2019 by the Center for Advanced Study, India, University of Pennsylvania, in 3 states, that is Bihar, Odisha, and Punjab. And so the 2 follow-up surveys were based on panel households from the first round itself. If we were to look at the timeline, the first survey, which was the in-person survey conducted by CASI, was in 2018-2019. It was to understand agricultural markets, production, and sales. Following that was the national lockdown in March to May of 2020, following which was our first round of phone surveys in June to August 2020, with a slightly smaller sample, but panel households from the first sample itself. This was followed by the Bihar Legislative Assembly elections in October 2020, and our second round of phone surveys that took place in March to May of 2021, during which time was also the second lockdown in India. It wasn't a national lockdown, but most of the states, about 40 to 50% of states, had very strict containment zones and restrictions during that period. Now, data covers a comprehensive list of topics that range from production and marketing details for the two cultivation seasons, Kharif and Rabi. They cover details on income, input prices, migration, coping mechanisms during the pandemic, as well as access to relief measures and welfare schemes. Lastly, they also cover some questions on how people perceived the government's management of the COVID situation and what their rating of the government's performance was. One small caveat here is that in our sample of roughly 1,600 households, less than 1% reported any COVID infections or cases during the period of the survey. And so when we talk about the impact of COVID-19 on these farmers, we are talking about channels that affected the economic activities, that probably affected supply chains, prices, as well as the influx of migrants. We're not talking about health impacts or productivity impacts for the farmers particularly. Now, one of the largest impacts that the pandemic and the lockdown had was on employment and income. And from our survey, what we find is that about 58% of our sample farmers reported losing their employment during the lockdown, but were able to find employment later, while 22% say that they were unemployed permanently, which is in the year following the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. For income, we find when we compare the period right before the lockdown, which is February 2020, and the period immediately after, which is April 2020, we find that there is a significant decline in income across the board for all households. As you can see in the graph on the left side, the average income at baseline was about 12,494 rupees, with the median being about 9,800. And cultivation accounted for only 30% of this income, with remittance being 14 to 15%, and ag and non-ag labor accounted for about 32%, salary and livestock taking up the rest. What we try to estimate is that households that report or for households that we are able to see that there was a negative shock to their income, which is 53% of the households in our sample, what were the determinants of the shock, or what were the things that made them experience a sharper shock versus making them more resilient to it? So we run the following regression, where we basically look at the income in April and regress that on the baseline income, the sources of income, household characteristics, and district fixed effects. What we find is that the first coefficient regression that you see is that, as expected, households that had a higher baseline income were likely to experience a smaller shock or were more resilient to the shock. Surprisingly, or actually in correlation to the first graph that we saw from the CPHS data, what we find is that households that report having an income from crop sales or from livestock also saw a smaller shock from income due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as compared to households that report non-agricultural labor or agricultural labor, as well as salary and remittance income. These households seem to have experienced a sharper shock or a sharper decline in income post the pandemic. Since we were talking about the resilience of agriculture, when we compare the sales and production of crops between 2019 and 2020 for the Rabi season or the winter cropping season, we don't find a significant difference, A, in the number of households that reported selling their grains, B, in the sale price per quintal, or C, in the quantity that was sold as a percentage of the quantity that was harvested. We look at this specifically for maize and wheat, which account for about 76% of the crops that were cultivated in the season. And as you can see from the graphs, there isn't much of a difference or a variation across the two time periods, which would link back to the fact that cultivation income sort of safeguarded people from experiencing too much of a decline in their income. The second, the part of the COVID-19 pandemic was access to relief measures. And we saw a number of government welfare schemes come into place to sort of cushion the blow for the poorer households in the country. The one thing that we would like to highlight here, which is surprising, was that PDS seemed to have emerged as the social safety net that benefited the largest percentage of households in our sample. Now, PDS is one of the largest food distribution systems in the world, as it is targeting about 2/3 of the population in India. However, historically, the performance of PDS has not been great in Bihar, with reports of high leakages and inefficient targeting. In 2005, the Planning Commission reported that in comparison to the 57% nationally, the numbers in Bihar for people who did not receive the intended grains but were beneficiaries was about 75%. However, during the pandemic, the government of India announced additional relief from the PDS, where they announced the provision of free distribution of grains and pulses to about 800 million beneficiaries under the scheme. And what we find is that 82% of people in our sample actually did receive these grants and these entitlements, which went a long way in helping them to cope with the shock. The third aspect of the pandemic was the influx of migrants from cities. I think all social media platforms as well as media channels reported extensively on the heart-wrenching struggles that migrants faced in trying to return home on foot across thousands of kilometers when the lockdowns were first imposed, because of all the uncertainty that shrouded these lockdowns and whether they would be able to earn any money or survive in the cities. Bihar is one of the states with the maximum out-migration in the country as it is. And even in our sample, what we find is that about 55% households reported having an earning migrant member. 73% of these reported that the migrant member returned home during the lockdown period. And among those who did not return, about 15% said that they wanted to come back but could not due to closure of state borders, insufficient funds, and lack of transportation. Among those that did return home, there were high levels of uncertainty about whether they would be able to go back and find work. Among the people, so the numbers that I reported earlier were reported during the first round of our phone surveys, which was conducted right after the first lockdown. In the follow-up survey, which was a year later, we find that about 59 or 60% of migrants who had come home were able to return to work eventually outside their state, and 63% of these even sent back remittances. When we compare the average remittance before the lockdown and after the lockdown, there is only a slight decline in the numbers. And the top 3 states from which migrants returned and eventually went back to work were Delhi, Maharashtra, and Haryana. Among the many coping mechanisms that households employed, apart from their access to welfare schemes provided by the government, we find that reduction in necessary expenditures on food, health, education is also took up a large part of what they did to sort of cushion the blow of the shock. The largest number of households report spending their savings, just like my colleague Dr. Muzna had reported for Nepal, and about 64% took out heavy loans. Among those who report borrowing from different sources, we find that a very small proportion actually managed to access loans from financial institutions, and most of them were dependent on the community or money lenders. Going back to the discussion that we just had regarding gender disparity, as well as being able to help out marginalized communities, we find that like my colleague Dr. Avinash mentioned, that unless a program or some sort of a relief scheme is already in place and has a strong foundation, it becomes harder to sort of become effective during a crisis. And we find that women and Dalit farmers who are already marginalized communities were less likely to borrow from formal sources and had to depend on money lenders who charge higher rates of interest, possibly because they didn't have credible collateral or because they just did not have access to these sources. Amongst these coping mechanisms, one that we want to draw attention to in particular is the reduction in food expenditure, which is reported by 20% of our sample. Amongst these people, we asked some questions regarding food insecurity to understand what exactly was at play here. And what we find is that 50% of our sample reduced the number of meals that were eaten in the past 7 days from when this survey was conducted, which was in 2021, and 73% reduced the portion sizes. Regarding the reasons for the reduction in food were both increase in prices, supply chain blockages, but 99% of the sample reported it was because of a shock to their income or because their income fell. Now, that is, the income shock is one channel through which COVID-19 has affected food security. But another aspect, like we mentioned, is the influx of migrants that could affect food security through multiple ways. Number one being the income channel again, because of a lack of remittance income or a decline in the remittance income, but also because the influx of migrants means that there are more mouths to feed in the household, which could automatically lead to a lower per capita expenditure on food. And so we try to sort of unpack what was going on here, and we looked at the correlation between food insecurity and the migrant status of a household. We find that there is significant correlation, which is evident through the chi-square test of independence. But what this actually basically says is that households that did not have any migrants or did not report having any earning migrant members were least likely to report food insecurity, while households who had an earning member that lived outside of the home but was unable to return during lockdown were the ones who reported the maximum level of food insecurity. And this could be because of the decline in remittance income. Similarly, migrants who returned home households that saw migrants returning home permanently also report high levels of food insecurity. And here, both channels could be at play, where the remittance income has also declined, as well as there are more mouths to feed, and so portion sizes or number of meals are reduced per family member. Lastly, like I mentioned, there were some questions that were asked regarding people's opinion about the way the government managed the COVID-19 crisis. And these questions were asked in both rounds of the survey. And just to sort of wrap up, what we do find again is that food security seems to be linked with a lower satisfaction with the government's management of COVID-19. People who experience high levels of food insecurity rated them as bad or very bad. And there was also a negative change in their ratings between the two rounds. Similarly, households where migrants were unable to come home during the lockdown, or households where migrants came back temporarily but probably experienced unemployment or lack of remittance income, were also likely to have a negative attitude towards the way the government managed COVID. So to sort of summarize, what we do see is that there was a substantial decline in employment and income for these farming households, but cultivation income seemed to have served as a buffer, while labor or salary income took the major brunt of the pandemic. Government relief measures cushioned some of the blow, with PDS provisions benefiting the maximum number of households. Deaths were high, and necessary expenses had to be reduced to cope with the shock. One of them being on food, causing a certain level of food insecurity amongst farming households. This could have also been due to the mass influx of migrant workers that led to a decline in income, as well as had a per capita effect. Going forward, we are hoping to do a deeper dive into what the short versus long-term effects of the pandemic were on different sources of income, and whether there was a change in the composition of income from going from cultivation to labor sources. We also want to look more closely at how the role of agriculture changed, or how it worked as an absorbent during the pandemic, analyzing the trends or changes in input costs, sale prices, output, as well as percentage of the crops that were sold. We want to look at whether some of our theories around how migration affected food insecurity play out by looking at the changes in remittance income, agricultural wages, as well as income per capita. And lastly, look at how the quantities of government relief support helped people to cushion their income employment shocks, and whether there was more that could be done. So yeah, this is what we're looking to do in the future. If there are any questions, please do get back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Manvi. And I would request all the panelists to kindly stick to the timing. Interesting study results. Now we go to similar study from Bangladesh. I request Dr. Jahangir Alam to kindly come in, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Dr. Alam.
Yeah, thank you so much. So good morning from my side. And then, yeah, thank you for inviting me to give a presentation. Just allow a couple of seconds. I'm sharing my presentation. So do you see my presentation, Zoel?
Yes.
Okay, so once again, thank you. It's similar to the earlier speaker. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the impact of COVID-19 on vegetables farmers in Bangladesh. My focus is not like the overall agriculture, but the vegetables in the northwestern region of the country. So this is something like before going to the study, give an overview that what we found and what some literature said about the impact on overall agriculture, including vegetables in the country. So it's the high production cost, low return, shortage of labor, shortage of input, inability in market access, disruption in supply chain, post-harvest loss, shortage of demand, health risks, loss of income, reduction in household expenditure, selling out assets, loss of savings, burdens of loans, hunger and malnutrition. So there are so many points, in fact, because of this COVID. So, and then let's see that how our study is actually going to add some of this. Sorry. Yeah. So it's something like in Bangladesh, it was found in March 2020, and then until end of 2020, the total of like 500,000 people was infected by COVID-19, and then 7,500 died. So it's the report from the World Health Organization. So Bangladesh initially was in a national lockdown from March to May 2020. So what we said the humanitarian lockdown, or in Bangla, we said the Manavik lockdown for 66 days. But in the latter time, there are kind of like subsequent times lockdown, but with some flexibility. So that during that lockdown, in fact, that disrupted the food value chains by restricted movement of people and commodities, and resulted in growing rates of food loss and waste across the country by preventing the smooth movement of agricultural inputs and outputs. But in the subsequent lockdown, in fact, there are some flexibility in terms of like the movement of input and outputs, and then also in the case of the labor movements. So that unexpected, the sudden lockdown had caused supply chain disruption, notably in the case of vegetables, at that because that was in the end of March. So it's end of the Rabi season, so which are high value perishable crops. So thus farmers are facing serious challenge as a result of declining product demand, supply and disruption, and being forced to sell below the cost. So what already started, many started already did that the work kind of like the piecemeal sort of work. So I'm just giving sort of information that what already literatures, or like even not only in the scientific, but during that time, there are many people like the over phone, and also like doing some key informants interview, talking with farmers, and also like in the very in the newspaper, media newspapers and etc. There are kind of like the piecemeal type of work, and they reported that farmers experienced difficulty harvesting crops or bringing products to market as a result of the new mobility restriction. Due to lack of proper storage facilities, large volume of eggs, milk, fruits, vegetables were thrown away, and the price for perishable goods such as vegetables had dropped sharply due to lack of buyers and traders in local markets, or rumors about food safety concern due to COVID. And this pandemic has threatened the sustainable development goals, particularly the two of food security related goals of no poverty and zero hunger, which have been badly hit during the lockdown period, especially in developing nations like Bangladesh. So if we just show the lockdown and then the seasons, that how they correspond to each other. So you can see that Rabi is actually starting from November, and then it goes to middle of March, and then the Kharif after middle of March, then it goes until middle of July, and the remaining period is the Kharif too. So you can see that initially for 66 days lockdown in the country in 2020 was started from early March, and then it ended by end of May. So that the period that actually was like end of the Rabi season. So that's why in our study we try to look at not overall the agriculture, but the high value agriculture. That's the vegetables that we focused in our study. So what are the objectives of this study? So the main objective was how COVID-19 has affected the vegetables farmers in terms of their access to input and output markets, and strategies they follow to deal with the impact of the disruption, and the role of government initiatives to assist their operations. So if we just say that the very specific way, like the assess the problems in accessing input and output markets in Northwest region, and especially for the vegetables farmers, to identify the strategies followed by the farmers to deal with the impact of the disruption of pandemic, and finally to identify the role of government initiatives in mitigating the impact of pandemic for the vegetables farmers. So although we are saying that the impact on vegetables farmers, but we are focusing mostly in three different aspects: the accessing to input and output markets, the strategies followed by the farmers to deal with that unexpected situation, like, and then finally the government initiative to mitigate the impact of pandemic for the vegetables farmers. So for this study, we focused, as I said, that the Northwest region of the country, and then that actually covered two different divisions, Rangpur and Rajshahi. And then from the Rangpur and Rajshahi, we selected 4 different districts, Dinajpur and Rangpur, and from Rajshahi is Bagura and then Pabna. So we selected based on the vegetables production concentration in that particular, like, selected 4 different districts. And out of these 4 districts, that we selected 8 different upajalas, and then selected very purposefully the vegetables farmers. So altogether we interviewed 320. So during this interview, that how did we capture actually the impact of COVID? Is because, like, we didn't have like 2 different ways of survey. We had only one survey, and then we asked 2 different questions, like the same questions in before COVID and during that period. So in our case, we consider 2019 as before COVID, and 2020 as, because it's not only the 66 days lockdown, but also in the subsequent months there are like 2 or 3 times lockdown, but with little flexibility. But as because the panic was still there, so we considered that 2020 as like the during pandemic time. So 2 different periods, 2019 and 2020. And in this survey, we collected information, all the socioeconomic information, income and expenditure information, and then the consumption information, and also particularly focused more on the input and output market access and the coping strategies, and then whether they receive the government support even through the agricultural extension support providers, and then how that sort of support actually help them to cope up the situation. So this is a bit of the profile of the interview respondent. I'm sorry, I'm struggling. So we interviewed 320. So we see that distribution, like gender, is 92% respondents are male and 8% are female, and then their education level, their marital status, there is household size, and the market distance from their production point to they are supposed to sell their vegetables. So this is something about the socioeconomic profile. When we look at the changes in income, for example, like we asked the income they were receiving 2019 and 2020. And then we calculated all of this income into different periods, and we say we see the differences. For example, like total family income, total farm income from crops, farm income from vegetables, farm income from fruits, and farm income from livestock. So we see that in all the cases, the farm income actually declined in 2020 because of this pandemic. And then the total family income, total farm income, and then total income from vegetables, which is our target one. So you see that they are statistically significant. So we see that these three income actually decline because of this pandemic. I mean, when we just tested in two different using 2019 and 2020 data. On the right side, we see that using the bar diagram, so you can see that the percentage of income reduction in 2020. So it's 2019. You see that if we compare with the 2019, in 2020, its reduction is 37.9%, and then if it is from income from vegetables, is actually gone down from 37 to 35%. If we see the changes in income, also we found that the decline, total family expenditure, and then education expenditure, medical expenditure, and then also the food consumption expenditure. In all the cases, we see that it's actually declined. They decline from 2019 to 2020, and then they are statistically significant. And if we see on the from the right side bar, we also similar the same thing. We see the same thing. And now we move the problems in accessing by farmers to input and output markets, and then we ask the question that what sort of problem they faced in accessing inputs and output markets. And based on their responses, in fact, that we prepared this slide, and we find this one. We use the PCI, that's actually the rank problem confrontation index. So that's the PCI, and based on their responses, we actually try to rank that what sort of problems in accessing in the input markets and also in the output markets. So in the input case, that they said that the higher input prices, because okay, they are not able to access, and there was the kind of like the supply deficit there in the market. They are not able to procure or purchase. So that's why the higher input prices, lack of technical training facilities, shortage of quality seeds, shortage of insecticide, scarcity of fertilizer. So, but we can see that as because this is the rank like 1, 2, 3 actually based on their responses. So the first one, the higher input prices. If we look at the accessing to output markets, so they said the lack of actually the remunerative pricing. So they are not receiving as because of the demand supply issues there, inadequate information, because there was kind of like the panic that what to sell, how to sell, when to sell, etc. Those sort of the issue there, and the shortage in demand, labor shortage, transportation problem, and packaging problem in many cases. So these are the problems in the input and output market access. So if we see the sources of inputs, for example, and then we try to understand that the before COVID in 2019, what sort of sources they are actually using to get their inputs. So for example, like the own produce, they are using, they are using the non-government sources, dealers, other farmers, and other than those. So in that case, we see in many of the cases, except own produce, as because like, yeah, they are not able to procure or purchase input from the market. So in most of the cases, for the inputs they are actually preserving in the next season, they are trying to use that one. But for the other sources, like you say, it's decline. But that decline, the percentage is not really very high, as because like after the 66 days, there was subsequent time of like the lockdowns or restrictions, but that was with the flexibility, as because like the input and output markets, government tried to make that functional, the input and output markets, and also like give some sort of like the support to so that the farmers can get access to input and output markets. And then if we see the seed and then the pesticides, so we see that similar thing, like the change, but it's not really that much. So what was the situation in the labor market participation? So if we see that the labor market participation changes, so we tried into two different ways, like the labor male and female, and the family supplied and male and female, and then the hired male and female. And in that case, we see that in 2020, So it's the supply is actually decreased as because the mobility restriction, but the family labor supply, irrespective of the male or female, it's increased as because of there was restriction, mobility restrictions. So most of the family, they are just working in their field. So it was about the labor supply. And then if we look at the changes in farm output disposable pattern, so in that case, we see that the average sale, average gift and others, average consumption, average production. So in all cases, it's declined. And then we see that average gift and others. So that component was statistically significant as because they are not able to sell products in the market. So most of the cases, like they are just distributing to their relatives, to their friends, and so on. But most of the cases, we say there's declining.
Sorry for the interruption. Could you kindly wrap up, please?
Okay, yes, I'm struggling with this technical issue. So to understand the impact, in fact, but this analysis is still in progress. So we try to use the propensity score matching, and the outcome variable is the marketed surplus. So we calculated the marketed surplus, and we tried to see that whether that pandemic, how much impacted that marketed surplus. So I'm skipping the next slide. So these are some of the descriptive statistics, and we see that marketed surplus is actually it's decreased and then statistically significant. And then for identifying the determinants of market supply, we did run the Probit regression and tried to understand the determinants. So you can see that the Bellus coefficient with red color. So the impact on market access by propensity score matching, but market access variable was actually proxied by the marketed surplus. And in all of the cases that the propensity score matching we use, but also for the PS score matching approach, irrespective of the different approach, then we see that the ATT values that are statistically significant, but also decreased. Coping strategies.
Dr. Alam, I'm very sorry. You have to close it now in next 30 seconds, please.
Okay, so this is about the changes in consumption, and this is about the credit taken from different sources, and the government supports and initiatives, the distribution of that one. And then, okay, this is the conclusion. We say that, so we found that the input price and labor shortage created challenge to fund production and income. Marketed surplus increased, we found that and then also we tried to see the income that actually forced to reduce food consumption and diet diversification. And then that sudden income shock reduced household assets and created burden of loan and so on. So we said that the policy intervention, there are some policy support, but a bit of like what they responded, that many of the farmers are not receiving their shut up. So policy intervention are needed to promote their shop out of like the monitoring and in agriculture. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. It is because my screen was not moving. I don't know that. And then I was trying to.
No, thank you so much, Dr. Alam. Now we move to the Nepal study, and I request Dr. Madhav Karki, the ED of CGED, to kindly come in, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen. Said, who can start? It's asking me whether I can share the screen or not. Can you allow me?
Yes, Dr. Karki, just give me a moment. You have the co-host function, Dr. Karki. You should be able to share it. Can you try it again, please?
Yeah, because it's not moving. Let me see.
You haven't shared your screen as yet.
Yeah, that's right. You have to share your screen. Until that time, I request the participants to kindly put their questions in the Q&A box, which we will take at the end. We will have little time, but then we can take few of them. I will pick up few of them. Dr. Karki, please try again.
It's asking me to share.
We have pulled up the presentation for you, Dr. Karki. My colleague has pulled it up. So you can just request her to change the slides. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sharing initial findings of a study, and I want to thank IFPRI for its support. This study was done during the month of March and May this year, so it's very recent. I would like to acknowledge the contribution of my colleagues in CGED Nepal and also CDPAN Nepal. I would like to mention at the outset that many of the findings they are of similar nature, which other speakers have already shared. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, so the objective of the research was to assess the impact of COVID-19 on farmers engaged in high-value agriculture in Province 2 or now Madhya province of Nepal. The focus was on input-output markets, coping strategy used by the farmers, and the role of the government policies. Next, please. The methods we used was literature review, and we have used this quantum random sampling or stratified random sampling, as we were asked to survey about 240 households. We selected 4 out of 8 districts, and in every district we selected 2 municipalities and around 6 wards. We used pre-tested questionnaires and well-trained illuminators, and data entry is going on. Data entry and curating has been done. Analysis is going on. Next, please. So the literature review, there have been extensive survey by WFP during the 2020 and October 2021 period, and I would like to share with the colleagues that the first lockdown was imposed in Nepal on March 24, 2020. The major highlight of the literature is that 23.2% population had inadequate food in April 2020 as compared to 14% in October 2021. Similarly, 33.2% household reported reduction in income and 5.4% reported job loss. 70% of the vegetable markets cooperatives reported sales decreased by over 50%. And the impact was more on livelihood dependent on cereal-based agriculture. And 72.7.2% household had poor dietary diversity in April 2020, which has now improved to 1%. Next, please. The commercial farming was more impacted due to lack of transport, reliable supply networks for inputs, and its growing dependence on commercial seasonal fertilizers. And as you all heard, Nepal completely depends on import on its fertilizer need. There were distinct regional disparities and large differences in security. The western provinces, Karnali and Sudar Paschim, having the most being the most food insecure, followed by Madhya province, which is the studied province. Food insufficiency in Madhya province was highest in June 2021. Madhya province, as all of you know, it is a sort of a grain basket of Nepal, but it still has this food insufficiency problem. Proportion of household consuming borderline diets increased in the province from 15.1% to 19.2%. Lack of money, lack of food, and increase in food prices were the main reasons. Next, please. And so this study, we sampled, as I told you, 240 households. Majority of them are male, and most of them had below high school education. Next, please. 80% household had no migrant workers, and 5% household reported having no land. 77% had some land, but could not specify the area they actually own because there is a land tenancy in this province. Next, please. 38% household had no irrigation facilities, 37% used tube wells and borings for irrigation purposes, and 27 household had no any permanent source of income. 15% earned less than 10,000 rupees, 35% earned between 11,000 to 30,000. And in this province, about 20, I think the earlier slide indicated that only small percentage of households they send migrants to other countries and also to urban areas. Next, please. So the impacts on farmers' livelihood, 23% only had job, and mostly with the government or private sector. And out of that, 6% reported job loss, mostly in the private sector. So the people lost jobs in private sector the most. And you can see this pie chart indicates the sector distribution. Next, please. The impact of job loss on household economy, a loss of private sector job followed by wage labor jobs had impact household income, and this income, the households were mostly poor households dependent on these source of income. So I would say the most impacted families were the families which had no land and who were poor. We did not do gender disaggregated data collections because the focus was on the value chain, on the production and input output supply and market. Next, please. The survey indicated that borrowing money from the friends was the common means used to ensure food supply during the period to cope with this food insufficiency, which confirmed with similar results which were reported from Bihar and from other provinces in Nepal. 21% household replied that the income they made was less than the required to maintain the basic livelihoods, which during COVID was actually quite severe. And you can see the distribution in this bar chart. Of course, there were different districts had variation because of the nature of dependency on farm and off-farm income. The more urbanized districts like Bara and also Sarlai are showing I would say disparities. Please. So in terms of input supply and impacts on agricultural production, all input supply decreased, as you can see from the pie charts and bar chart. But more urbanized districts like Bara and Sarlai reported steep decrease. That means the impact of transportation, I would say restriction, it impacted the areas where there were more commercial agriculture, more dependence on the external inputs. So this further analysis is being conducted, and we will into further reasons why this is indicating so. Next, please. You can also see in this pie chart that production of cereals were mostly decreased, and this is because farmers could not get fertilizer or seeds in time. But production of vegetables and fruits increased or had no change. And this is explained because while many farmers they had to throw their vegetables for access to the markets, and then the vegetables from India did get through quite regularly. But the production increased because this shows that the farmers could limit their activities within their village, within their houses. And kitchen gardening and homestead farming activities increased, so which means that the production, which was domestically consumed, were produced more expensive. There were mostly no change in livestock and poultry production, except in Saptari district where it decreased, but cooperative sales also suffered. So livestock and poultry, actually the demand for meat increased, and so did the price. And therefore, I think I would say compared to cereal agriculture, livestock and poultry-based agriculture had lesser impact. Impact on sales and marketing of agriculture product, although product price increased overall, but the volume of sales decreased due to poor access to markets. And you can see in the pie chart that the decrease was quite drastic to market, and also the price increase was quite high, and the volume decrease was quite drastic. So it's a very interesting results. We will have further analysis of this. Next, please. So I'm going rapidly because of time. So although sales and distribution agricultural products decreased, sales of vegetable products was affected the most. That means many of the farmers actually in Madhya province had to just throw their products because of lack of access to the markets. And the previous slide indicated, the sale of poultry products did not increase as much, indicating that there was a demand globally. Next, please. So the whole prices increased. You can see that lentil, which is consumed quite commonly, and sugar, and also gas prices increased the most. But milk price, as compared to others, increased less. But all prices, and this is understandable because of the supply bottleneck, increased. Next, please. So support from organization in Nepal, federalized system gives a lot of authority to local government. So there was, unlike in India, there were no government support. We don't have PDS in Nepal. Mostly no support from the government organization and NGOs because of the restriction on the mobility. But local government in all districts, especially in Bara and Sarlai, provided a number of support, although you see none kind of response the most, but it's still the local government and also NGO support was forthcoming, and this was actually to some was a lifeline for during COVID. Next, please. Among the coping strategy, all districts adopted a combination of coping strategies because, as you know, that they are looking for alternatives, and they had this perception that we are heading for a worst situation. So risk perception was mostly severe, except in the supply of healthcare products. So only supply which was widely available was COVID pandemic prevention and control related and health related. And you can see the perception on the red shaded number of people who are responding everywhere is very high. And I would say the coping strategies, of course, I think they're tending to mixed farming, livestock, and agriculture integration. So this is a, I would say, quite important indicator. Next, please. Now, farmers and other consumers, business people, and sailors, they all had were planning alternate livelihood options, but the farmers were the ones who had to plan most because they were the ones who were the hardest hit. And the production and use of local indigenous products, giving high priority to food and health products, growing cash crop like vegetables or health products, and seeking, I would say, using local like compost and organic pesticides. These were some of the coping strategies farmers used to mitigate the negative impacts of COVID. It does show that farmers were, and those who lost their jobs, farmers losing their markets, so they adopted many number of coping strategies. Next, please. So the study highlights that COVID-19 had serious impact on food production, supply, and consumption, confirming the findings of similar other studies. A steep decline in cereal production, and that posed serious challenge and still is posing to food availability. And there was high rise in food prices, ranging from between 47 to 96%, with the commodities which are most commonly used. And the most frequently reported coping strategy was growing cash crops, including livestock poultry, because I think that indicates that that local market. The most severe impact was reported on the food price increase and the disruption in the supply of agriculture inputs, a decline in employment opportunities, and farmers also were very concerned closure of the schools for their children. Explain. So the policy implications are many. I will just describe a few. Nepal imports heavily from food from India, which reached 1 billion. So there was a 39% increase in 2021. That is the period when COVID-19 impacted the most. The pandemic effect was serious, an immediate threat to SDG 1 and 2 and other related SDGs, and therefore needs policy reorientation. High priority to food and nutrition security, growing indigenous food, using local inputs, using alternate life practices, and better input and credit access to all players in value chain will be necessary. I was talking about policy reorientation. As many of you know, Nepal has right to food and food sovereignty acts, but it also has zero hunger policies, which means that there has to be more emphasis on food availability, on meeting the food needs of the people, and that action is lacking right now. And this is very serious, actually, in the current geopolitical situation. COVID-19 has demonstrated the urgency to use this nexus principle where the food, water, climate, health drivers have to be together. And I would also say that Nepal has to improve both, I would say, cropping area and cropping intensity, because there is a high fallow, agricultural land, which now government is trying to cultivate through some incentives, disincentives. Next, please. So my conclusion is that the severe impact of COVID-19 on food system in Madhya province, especially reduction in cereal production, can impact the food security situation in the entire country, as province 1 and Madhya province are red basket of the country. The study confirms that commercial and market-oriented farming dependent on imported fertilizer and pesticides were more seriously impacted. This confirms the other studies which have been done recently. COVID-19 also opened up new opportunities. There were higher use of online IT and social networks for marketing, although it was not very high as was expected. But also there were a lot of innovation, local innovations. And this online marketing has given employment to the educated youth. Slight increase in vegetable fruit production consumption indicates increased dietary diversity and nutrition improvement because Nepal has very poor nutrition, nutrition status of children and women. Increased use of machine and tools to cope with labor shortage can increase efficiency, productivity. Actually, during our survey, it also indicated that people use more machines to cope with the labor shortages. So with that, last slide, please. Yeah, so I would like to thank all of you for your attentive hearing, and I would like to also thank IFPRI and especially Avinash for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Karki, for a very detailed analysis. And just to announce to the audience that Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra, DG ICIAR and Secretary DARE has also joined this forum. Welcome, sir. And now the last presentation is equally a very interesting study that would be on agriculture markets and workforce during the pandemic in India. Dr. Sudha Narayanan from IFPRI will make the presentation. Friends, we know that a large majority of the total workforce in this entire region is in the informal sector, and the fragility of the food systems and this workforce, this study would be very interesting to hear. Dr. Sudha, you please carry on with your original scheduled timing, and we will cut short on the Q&A at the end. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I apologize for my throat. I'll try to compress my presentation into as short a time as possible to allow time for discussion, but I appreciate you're giving me the full time to discuss this very complex issue. So to start off, the COVID in India, we know that the government acted very swiftly. In fact, if you look at this, the policy, it was both stringent and wide-ranging. And the lockdown that was announced in March actually preceded quite a few months the actual COVID. So we have this issue where the correlation between stringency, residential mobility, and the COVID cases is actually quite weak. So in some sense, when we talk about COVID impacts, like Manvi said, one of it is a response to the policy, lockdown policy itself. The other is a set of individual behavioral responses in anticipation of the COVID spread and health concerns. But this is the background, and most of the studies actually don't go beyond December 2020. So this seems a little dated, but I'll just focus on the studies that exist. I'm not going to discuss any one particular study like my previous speakers did. What I'm going to try and do is to gather different evidence, different works that I've been involved in to highlight some lessons from the COVID crisis. Now, it's unusual for the same presentation to talk both about agricultural markets and workfare, but I would argue that actually this should be the natural way of thinking about it. There is an old book that's called Product, People, and Prices. And in fact, in a catastrophic economy-wide risk, it affects all three of these. So in the case of COVID lockdown, it disrupted both the movement of people and products and affected prices via very complex demand and supply issues, both for labor and of commodities. So on the one hand, you had this huge demand collapse triggered by the lockdown, hotels, restaurants, caterers, large events which absorb a lot of high-value perishable and animal products, the demand collapsed. And on the other hand, you had these income losses due to a job loss. So in fact, the employment losses then trigger demand collapse for products. Now, if you look at the employment losses, an estimate from the CMI, which is the only panel that we have to rely on for estimating the scale of losses. I also have to say that the periodic labor force survey also exists. But the estimate was that 21.7 million job losses were triggered in the post-COVID lockdown phase. And this kind of led to an implosion of demand for labor in cities and triggered an exodus of migrants back to the rural hinterlands where they came from. Now, this triggered a large increase in workfare demand because essentially the private sector, there was no work available. Now, interestingly, the CMI also notes that the sector where labor expanded most, employment expanded most is agriculture. So if you look at the CMI data, it says that agriculture provided almost 3.4 million jobs in 2021, and it was 4.5 million in 21-22. So it continues to do so. And the PLFS confirms this trend, saying that the agriculture employment increase, which suggests that when you look at the lockdown impacts, agriculture as a sector that's absorbing and calibrating the shock is quite an important aspect. So in that sense, both agriculture and work are quite intimately linked. Right from the beginning, agriculture was always seen as a ray of hope. I'm going to just go forward in the interest of time. But the key points I want to highlight is this idea that agriculture was resilient, and it was. I think in the Indian case, it's very important to understand where this resilience actually came from. And my own submission, and I won't provide you evidence in this talk, but it's a discussion we can have later on, is that one is, unlike the factory farms in industrialized countries, these smallholder agriculture largely dependent on family labor. That means that the way in which they respond to shocks is considerably different from the way large-scale industrial agriculture would. Also, this is something Avinash pointed out. We have a lot of small-scale food enterprises, which again are quite resilient, and I'll give you a few examples later on. I think in the early days, it was always believed that the large enterprises would flourish, but the small scale would not. And here we actually have quite different evidence on the same. And in food retail, again, 90% of Indian food retail is informal, 8% is modern. And although we saw a lot of discussion on tech and innovations, digital innovations, we need to remember that it's about 0.1 to 2% of online trade. So you have a bulk of the food system being informal food retail. Now, I won't spend much time on this. This we know. The farm sector unraveled immediately after the lockdown. It included mandi closures, itinerant traders across villages were not to be seen. The transport challenges were huge, and warehouses, agro-processors, all of them felt the pinch of labor constraints. And the bottlenecks were right through to the retail end, including exports, the demand collapse. All of this actually affected. And even though people were beginning to order food online and so on, the ability of businesses to service this demand was low because of labor constraints. So you had all of these coming together at play. Now, there's been a lot of studies, and I'm just listing these just to suggest that this is a very richly researched area, and most of it focuses on prices and arrivals because there is very little else data, which again speaks to Avinash's observation that data was scarce. In this, I'm just going to take you to 3 or 4 slides, and through which I want to make a central point that on the one hand, there are the farmers, on the other hand, there are the consumers. And then we have this midstream, which is actually in a blind spot. And my submission is that we need to open up this box and understand the midstream actors much better than we currently do. Now, if you look at the idea of resilience of markets, I've plotted the market arrivals of 40 major crops across all markets in India. And if you look at it immediately after the red line, which is the COVID lockdown, you see a huge implosion of agriculture markets. This is mandi-based trade. And then you see it picking up within a few months. And then, of course, the farm laws come. So that may be a confounding factor. But you don't see the arrivals actually stay substantially lower than, so the recovery seems to have happened in 3 months. But look at what happens to prices. So we have this odd thing that whenever there is a huge shock, the prices farmers receive on average collapses, and the consumer actually faces higher prices, which suggests that there's action in the midstream that we need to understand better. And a lot of studies stop by saying that prices collapsed and then increased soon after. But what we are finding is similar to what is actually being discovered in other countries such as China and Southeast Asia, that initially the huge supply bottlenecks led to a collapse of markets and of prices, especially for perishables. This recovered soon after, and actually, in fact, our farmer surveys recently suggest that many farmers, especially in peri-urban areas, were able to take advantage of that increase in prices. But it varies across regions and commodities. But what you then see is the supply constraints then give way to demand constraints, where the overall demand has still not picked up, partly because of job losses and income losses. So again, the farmers today are saying that we are not actually getting the benefit that we got briefly when the COVID second wave, for example, happened. But this graph stops with January 2021. So prices are still a concern. There is consumer prices rose in urban areas. And I want to impress upon us that there are huge variations, and we've already seen some evidence of that in other presentations. Sorry, I'm going backwards instead of forward. I want to also highlight animal products, which tends to get neglected in our discussions. A previous speaker actually mentioned that this idea, the stigma that animal products might be associated with COVID caused a huge collapse early on. But then after that, the prices started increasing, making affordable nutritional diets actually unaffordable. There are questions about affordability even in good times, but we see huge price increases for animal products, which continues. So this is just to highlight that there's huge heterogeneity across perishables and non-perishables. And then this idea of adaptation. Traders and retailers keep adapting using digital platforms, home delivery, as do farmers via FPOs and so on. And this adaptation is something we need to look at more carefully to understand the idea of resilience. Location and size matters. We find huge differences across city sizes, where small towns behave quite differently from large urban metropolises. And that's ongoing work. And I have to say that we find partial evidence of each of these, and that work is still in progress, where we find that fruits and vegetables behave differently. The lockdown periods actually had huge changes in prices, but these converged to normal over time and often very quickly, especially for perishables. For perishables, we see that the prices of vegetables can increase or decrease depending on where you are. But our finding is that they increase during lockdown, but not the cereal and oil prices. And the small and versus big cities, we found that cereal prices were held steady in big cities, possibly because of the PDS and so on, and a lot of NGOs doing food distribution. But we found that dairy and fruit prices went down in large cities only, not in the small cities. So this is to highlight that generalization is quite challenging. So we're talking about the midstream. I want to focus a little bit on the retailers. And here we interviewed informal retailers, the ones that often get missed out in surveys. And here, if you look at it, these are 3 rounds over 3 months. And you find that the supplies constraints eased a lot over the 3 months. And that's the left corner. So that eased. But what you'll see has actually exacerbated is the transport costs in the middle, where even after 3 months, 56% reported that transportation costs had increased. And therein lies this idea that you have this resilience, but you have something else that's going on with costs and prices that actually influences or creates a wedge between what farmers receive and what consumers have to pay. And interestingly, you see a lot of harassment. So a lot of these are avoidable supply chain problems where just the implementation of the lockdown can actually cause friction in the supply chains. And that's something that's quite avoidable. I have this picture here of somebody who I know who was an auto driver in Chennai. And as soon as the lockdown happened and he couldn't ply his auto, he very creatively converted his auto into a vegetable vending vehicle. And I want to highlight that in our survey, we found garage mechanics, people who had lost their job, all turned to vegetable vending door to door in neighborhoods. as their livelihood option because they didn't have anything else. And this is to highlight that the innovations can be both digital in the sense that we are used to discussing, but also the strength of informal retail with very few entry barriers and innovative solutions have actually managed to keep our supply chains going. Like others, we also conducted a farmer survey, and you can see here that finding work, earning income, paying back loans were all huge problems. These are largely consistent with what others have found, which leads me to conclude that yes, we had resilient agri-food supply chains, but with vulnerable people. Again, going back to the framework of food systems, where you talk about actors and the processes, you have the resilience is very much there in terms of the movement of commodities, but it also has vulnerable actors along the value chain. I want to just conclude this markets part of the presentation by saying the role of public procurement helped a great deal along with private innovation at all stages. And we have seen already in India how important the role of the state was. I want to also highlight that others have found that oddly, 20 years ago, there was a strong urban bias in support policies. Now it seems like the rural public support in terms of public procurement and safety nets seem to be working very well, but the urban wasn't. So that's food for thought from other studies that are there. Varies widely across states, and state level innovation have really been quite significant. Now going back to the other end, okay, so there was these job losses. How did the workfare guarantee scheme fail? So we can think of this lockdown as a shutting down of the private sector and the opening up of the government as an employer. And even in the beginning of the lockdown, there was a call for 1 million sites to be opened. I would like to quote a bureaucrat who once said that the NREGA is like a standing army. You never want to use it, but you want it to be ready to be deployed at any time if needed. And I think the NREGA served reasonably well in this context. And based on that, actually, there's now a call for an urban employee guarantee scheme, which several states are now contemplating and is under discussion. Just to give you a summary of what NREGA looked like, in the 10 years since its inception, this was the largest demand ever after the lockdown. Immediately after the lockdown, all NREGA sites were also shut before the government realized that this is where workers are going to come, and they opened up the sites, and you see that huge spike. You see that for until August at least, the demand was quite high, and then it tapered off partly due to implementation issues, payment, wage delays, but also because people had begun to return to their original work sites. Now, because this this discussion is on Eastern Gangetic Plains, you see that the Eastern Gangetic Plains also has a high concentration of the poor. The outmigration share is also quite high. That is, if you pick a randomly selected internal migrant, they are much more likely to come from the Eastern Gangetic Plains relative to others. And just to give you a sense of the scale, you had between April and mid-September, 83.5 million workers being employed at 2.02 billion percentage, which is large by any scale. And one of the interesting things is that the 8.5 million fresh job cards were issued. That was the extent to which there was an additional demand over the past years. And if you look at it, it was 22% higher job card issuance relative to the last 5 years. The one problem, however, was that the expansion of the NREGA wasn't to the extent that was desirable. And this goes back again to the discussion there was in the last session, that there's something called state capacity to provide, to respond to these needs. What we find is the rationing rate, which is to say that the proportion of people who wanted work but were unable to get work actually increased from 15 to 22% because the state could not provide as many jobs as was required. And one of the disturbing things, and this is again a policy lesson for us, is that the state capacity to provide jobs was the weakest in the poorest districts and in the districts that accounted for a high share of outmigration. So these are the two non-parametric graphs that illustrate this. The dark line is the high out-migration districts, where it has consistently higher rationing rates than the low districts. And then if you look at the x-axis, the poorer the district, the greater the rationing rate, which suggests that somewhere the state capacity to supply jobs fell short where it was needed most. Of course, it's also endogenous that the poorest regions remain poor because state capacity is poor, but this is a conundrum that we need to really address head on. So consequently, even though the NREGA performed spectacularly in terms of absolute number, the days per household generated were not quite sufficient to deal with the scale of risk that we saw. Another disturbing fact is, again, the NREGA has always been considered a women's program, with over 40% of the NREGA workers being women. We see a little bit of crowding out of women from the NREGA. And this is research that we're doing. The left graph shows the percentage point change in women NREGA workers, and the right graph is in terms of days. We see the slight crowding out, whether it is an intra-household decision of men to go and report at the NREGA, or whether there are subtle discrimination where if men and women ask for work, men are more likely to be given work. That's research that we are looking at this point of time. But this goes back to this idea that women may be disproportionately experiencing the burden of such shocks. So concluding remarks, agriculture has shown itself to be a fallback option. Now, this is partly due to the peculiar nature of structural transformation in India, that the jobs that we saw that people lost were temporary wage workers in difficult conditions. So we need to understand that agriculture is going to continue to remain a fallback option as long as there are no strong social safety nets and good quality employment. The second conclusion is this midstream is a policy blind spot, and too often we assume that larger vertically integrated firms are more efficient. In our own experience, we've noticed that the large-scale firms are not economically efficient they may be, but in the sense of COVID-19 resilience, we found that most of the large businesses have privileged access to government officials and get favors more easily than the informal actors, who are much more likely to face harassment by the local enforcement. So I think these informal actors in the food systems are very important, as are small enterprises and small farms. And there are huge trade-offs in policy, which is a long story in AgEcon, that every time you want to increase prices for farmers, the challenge is how do you do it without increasing prices for consumers? And this trade-off in policy comes back. And the one way to do it is through state intervention and increasing efficiency along the supply chains. And I already spoke about it. The state capacity is weak in areas where the need is greatest. And finally, I want to conclude by saying that this is not something that's easy to research or has been researched well, but the role of civil society in responding to the needs of the COVID crisis has been remarkable. And so civil society actors should be seen as partners rather than as impediments in delivering welfare. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha, for an excellent analysis and a beautiful study. The greatest takeaway from your presentation is that the resilience of Indian agriculture came from the adaptive ability of the small farming, contrary to many perceptions. And this makes this group of smallholder farmers the most important constituent of the farm debate in this entire pandemic context. However, the small and marginal farmers have remained invisible in the current discourse due to their informality, as well as the political and digital inability. There is a question in the chat in the Q&A box from Tushar Pandey, and I take cue from that question and would like to ask you particularly, because you have worked in the agri-food chains for quite some time with the IFPRI and also in your earlier role in IGIDR. The COVID-19 crisis, as you know, has shown how digital technologies can help make supply chains function better and more efficiently. So what are your recommendations to the policy space in this direction, Dr. Sudha?
Yeah, I think a large, it's absolutely true that digital, I think the time is right for digital innovations to come in and serve the food system well. Here, what we are seeing is a lot of innovations at the retail end. So if you look at, even if you look at venture capital, where does it go most to? 72% of the venture capital fund in the last 2 years has gone to restaurants and ghost kitchens. So I think the bigger challenge is going to be how do you take the benefits of digitalization upstream to the farmers? There, I'm sure, Dr. Padi, you're as informed, if not better than I am, that there the challenges remain, where increasingly we talk about phygital agriculture in the context of India, where it's always mediated by physical presence of an extension worker rather than a complete digital. So I think these challenges are many. Two challenges that we as researchers we need to track. One is where are the investments and innovations going, and where are they sustainable and stick? So we see a lot of retreat of these innovations once the pandemic passed and now things are normal. There's going back to business as usual. And how many stick and how many are sustainable? So that's something we need to track. And larger policies around regulation and data privacy issues. I think those are the other set of concerns. But certainly this is there is huge scope for positive innovation in this space.
Yeah, agree. Rebecca has just hinted me that Dr. Mahapatra, DG ICIAR will join at 11:40. So we have about 5 minutes more. So I would just like to ask the other panelists from Bangladesh and Nepal, and as well as to Manvi, they made some generalized conclusions at the end of their presentations. What could be the 2 or 3 specific recommendations to the policy space from your studies? Let me start with Bihar study from Manvi, and then I go to Dr. Alam and then to Dr. Karki. Manvi, you can come in, please. What are your 2 or 3 prescriptive suggestions to the policy space from your study?
Thank you, Dr. Padi. I think number one would be to look, like I said, this is an ongoing study, so we're still analyzing some of the deeper messages about the migrants. But I think to understand, like Dr. Sudha also pointed out, the success of the workforce program and how that would get affected by the states that saw the maximum influx of migrants. So one is the gender disparity, like she mentioned, where women are getting crowded out. But in general, these households that see a larger, influx, and how that affects agricultural wages, how that affects income for those families is something that needs to be looked at, and probably like some sort of program or some kind of relief that's accorded to them, specifically looking at that problem in particular. That would be number one. Number two, I think, again, when we look at, again, I'll go back to gender disparity in the households, because like we were talking about food insecurity and, nutritional status of different members within the household and how that would have changed. So this is not something that has come out very largely in our survey, particularly because we didn't have, a proportional size of women farmers that we were interviewing. But again, like how that would have changed in light of higher unemployment, lower incomes, and mobility restrictions, if there is a change in the proportion that are allocated to different members within the family. So I think, like the discussion happened earlier on about there being a generalized sort of response to a crisis, I think you have to look at context-specific issues that may arise for different marginalized communities and how best to sort of address those in different contexts.
Thank you, Manvi. I agree with your views. And then I go to Dr. Alam, and then I ask him as to what are his recommendations to the policy space to address the fragility in the food systems in Bangladesh.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, rather I'll focus on the 2 of the policy message to the policymakers. So first one is like what we have seen, that there are several like initiatives to give support to the vegetable farmers. But in our cases, like though government was actually powering adequate in terms of like the sufficient amount of money, but sometimes that it was not correctly, I mean, the included and then all of the farmers or the needy farmers, those who are actually impacted a lot, were not really. So in one hand, like the government was powering money there, but the targeted farmers were not receiving. So in that case, the message is not only from that the study we did, but also some other secondary literature that we reviewed, and then I know, and then I was also participating in different discussion that under the different social safety net protection of the social safety net programs, there are some support. So the point for this one, that the correctly identifying the people, and it's not only the supports during this shock to be resilient of the farmers, but also like giving other sort of like the social safety net program. So this is one thing. And the second point, like one of the chart books I see that I completely agree, we saw that during this pandemic time that many of the like the agro technology or the agro farmers, they actually came into to supporting not only the farmer side, but if I say the whole food system. So in that case, each sort of agriculture and then each sort of entrepreneurship development is really needed, as because like we can't continue supporting the farmers during this pandemic, and we never know that when it again comes. And so if there is a kind of like the e-agriculture and the e-entrepreneurship, so that if there is something happened in future, that the poor farmers or the actors in the food system can cope up the situation.
Thank you. Dr. Karki, what are your thoughts on this?
Are you asking me? Okay.
Yes, please. You can go ahead.
Okay. So as you saw the data, the local government was the only one which was providing some kind of support during the pandemic. So my first recommendation would be increased and effective coordination among the three levels of government in Nepal. The policy harmonization, I think, is much needed, and this should be, in fact, excellent. And then my second point is that farming system diversification, I think, will be needed, to cope with the future shocks. And the data also indicated that integrating agriculture and the livestock sector, and including giving more emphasis to the cash crops, have really helped farmers to better cope with the shocks of the pandemic. So I would say this diversification should be intensified and it should be increased. My third point is that as shocks, these kind of shocks, be it health shocks or climate shocks or other shocks, will be a new normal for Nepal. Resilience building of the agriculture sector has to be given very, very high priority. Our farmers, our food supply is heavily import dependent, and this is very fragile and very, I would say, risky situation. So this resilience building by enhancing production and also by enhancing the coping capacity of the farmers and enhancing services are very important from the policy perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We don't have time to discuss further, but I wish to thank IFPRI and ACIAR for this opportunity. COVID-19 crisis and the post-pandemic recovery for the agri-food system should have a separate symposium altogether. So Dr. Saidur Rashid, if you are listening, this is just a simple request to you. Rather than a session, we could have a separate 1 or 2 days symposium on this. Thank you so much, everyone, all the panelists and the participants. Over to you, Rebecca. Thank you so much.
I'm listening, Dr. Padi. There will be one. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Padi, for your remarks and also for steering the discussion. I'm sorry we are running behind schedule, so we have to skip the break and we are moving straight to the next session. We are very pleased to have with us today our chief guest, Dr. Trilocharan Mohapatra, Secretary, Department of Agriculture Research and Education, and Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. May I kindly request Dr. Mohapatra to give his special remarks.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to everybody. Special thanks to Dr. Saidur for inviting me to be part of this webinar and learn in the process so much. The topic, challenges and opportunities in food systems across the Eastern Gangetic Plains, highlights the way it was discussed, and as I heard several experts, speaking about the topic and going deeper into not only in India, but also in Nepal and other countries, particularly Bangladesh. So it was a good opportunity, Dr. Saidur. So thank you very much, and the whole IFPRI team for doing this, and Dr. Arvind Padi for very nicely, convening and then comparing and also correlating things as they were actually spoken. We have been in India trying our best to cope with COVID, and you all know that, and how we have performed. I think Dr. Sudha has given excellent exposure and going to critical aspects of it. So it would not be appropriate for me to further reiterate and repeat what has been already said. But thanks to IFPRI for engaging not only experts from India and institutions from India, but also other institutions and also experts from other countries. And given that Eastern Gangetic Plains provides a large chunk of our food basket and remains important for us. It has high density of population, and certainly, matters for us with regard to the sustainability of the food system and its vulnerability to situations as we have seen during COVID. Vulnerability due to various factors, and these factors obviously for us, it could be the socioeconomy, the agroecology, and various other complementary or associated factors, which are in fact deserve attention of everybody. So government has played a very, very significant role, as it was highlighted. And, there are several programs which were put in place. I would not venture into describing how government programs in a very convergence mode operated, during these COVID times. We also know that, the reverse migration that happened very significantly in this particular region. The states of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar in particular. So dealing with that was a very serious challenge during COVID times. So the government did take note of that and then put in place measures. If I have to cite just one example, that how enabling environment was created by the government. We ourselves, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, in these states could, impart skilling to the migrant, those who migrated back to their villages, the laborers, almost 60,000 of them, and about 20% of them, in the process starting their own venture in terms of small agriculture-based entrepreneurship. So their own engagement in rural settings. So this is one example that how by providing small support in the form of enabling capacity building, right kind of training, enable those who were returned back to their villages, and so that they could start on their own. And in fact, many of those even continue even today doing what they were initiated during COVID times. So it's not just for as a stopgap arrangement, but that they have preferred now to stay back and continue doing that. So this, there are various other things of the government interventions, whether it is housing or how all other schemes converge to support those who return back to from cities to the villages. So this is one aspect of it, but you all know that how agriculture could do well in India, and rightly mentioned by Dr. Sudha, some aspects like some aspects of fishery, processing part of food system, and also some aspects of fruit and flower production, particularly flower and fruits, production, and particularly the marketing part of it. So they were. It's not that agriculture was totally unimpacted. The growth was fine, 3.4, 3.5%, and that was quite encouraging to see. And that's the reason why we could export, more than what we did in previous years, normal years. And growth is also quite encouraging. I know not only this, even the sectors like fishery and then the dairy, they also did, in a very, encouraging manner. So this all indicates that we could sustain the pandemic stress and then perform better than even in certain sectors previous years. So this is what we could do. But certainly, besides government programs and schemes, there were even efforts by non-government organizations, and there are plenty of examples, and interventions by individuals. Mentioned was one example as cited by Dr. Sudha, and how small innovations could matter during that times. So that brought a very significant change with regard to livelihood, with regard to income, and sustainability of the production system. So this emphasizes the point that in addition to the government programs, efforts of the the society at large and non-government organizations and individual innovations contribute in the whole process. Technology is a very, very important driver. It has been and it would continue to be. It's not that COVID is just one-time event, and such events should keep coming in future. And when they keep coming, we have to prepare ourselves. So my time is going to be over shortly, just 1-2 minutes more. So obviously this would be, in fact, keep coming. And how do we prepare ourselves? And certainly our preparations would be very crucial. And technology could be one important driver. And we could prepare ourselves with more and more of newer technologies. There are two sides of the technology which I would like to highlight. One, of course, resilient technologies, because it's not just COVID as an example. It could be some other climate change impact, which could be quite negative. It could be in the form of, as we have seen this year, in the form of very high temperature, causing widespread crop loss, and then in the process, famine situation. It could be a new strain of crop, disease, important staple food crop disease appearing and wiping out the whole crop in the whole, Eastern Indo-Gangetic plain. And, in the process, millions perishing. So that could be a situation. How do we actually keep, employing the technology in a continued fashion? And that needs investment, and then global networking and, partnership. And that is where, this role of international organizations come in, and international global support to this system in the region must come in, and that's very, very important. So partners would be very, very important, and investment and funding and global funding would be very, very crucial to have right kind of technology in place to face these situations in the future. But I must say that technology like we say drone technology and other technologies which are going now to some parts of India and other countries in the region, but at times there could be the limitation unless they are done locally. Because if a COVID-like situation arises, that the technology provider may not come out of his residence. So who is going to provide technology solutions to the crop production if we are completely dependent tomorrow? So this is the other side of the technology use, that if we are fully dependent on technology provider for the solutions, and if it's not locally available, then that could be serious problems to the production systems. So probably we have to enable local institutions and local people and train them, build their capacities so that the production systems don't really suffer. So this is very important aspects of technology that we need to really do take into account. Unless the local institutions are strengthened and empowered, we will be in a serious loss in a situation like this. Of course, the private investment to build the local institutions and enable local people is yet to come in Eastern Gangetic plains. The adoption rate of technology in this region is quite different from the other regions. So that is another issue, which relates to our socio-economy, and that needs our attention. So penetration of technology, the rate of adoption of the technology remains a concern, and it would take some years to actually address that. So I can speak on, but I don't want to because already my time is over. And but in summary, I would like to say that we need to really strengthen and continue strengthening our programs for sustainability of food systems across the Eastern Gangetic plains. And there is more and more need of partnership and partnership engaging with all the willing partners, global and national, to be there at the local level to build capacity and also develop technologies and enable the local institutions and communities to address their problems locally, so that there is no much dependent on outside, and at times that creates problem. So I'm sure these efforts of IFPRI would be providing quite a wider kind of set of parameters and pathways for us to traverse and then build resilience in the food systems across the Eastern Gangetic Plains. Thank you very much, Dr. Saidur, and others in IFPRI for inviting me, and wish the program all the very best. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahapatra. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today, sharing your thoughts about the Indo-Gangetic Plain, emphasizing on partnership and institution building for the resilience and the deal with the vulnerabilities of Eastern Indo-Gangetic Plain. Thank you so much for your continued support to IFPRI, as well as to other CG centers today and all along your tenure as the Secretary they are. Thank you so much. Sincere gratitude for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mahapatra, and thank you, Dr. Rashid. We will now move to the last session, but yet the most important session of today, the Leadership Dialogue on Foresight for Food in South Asia. This session will be chaired by Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director, South Asia International Food Policy Research Institute. I would now like to invite Dr. Purnima Menon, Senior Research Fellow, International Food Policy Research Institute, to speak on setting the agenda on research on food systems in South Asia. Over to you, Dr. Menon.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, for that kind introduction. And thank you, Shahid and other colleagues, for inviting me to be with you today. It's a really fantastic timing for, for these issues and for, my engagement around these issues as well, as we sort of begin to kick off the work of the One CGIAR initiative on transforming agri-food systems in South Asia. So I have a few slides to share with you on this. Rebecca, please do give me a signal when my time is coming up. I hope not to take more than 10 minutes of your time.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see if it can work. All right, great. So as you have all been discussing over the last couple of days, and I've had the great privilege of listening in to most of the sessions both yesterday and today. So I firstly do want to congratulate everyone. It was a very fine set of presentations by all the researchers and all the partners from around the region. Really, I think setting some very high standards. But across all of the presentations, I think what we've had an opportunity to see is the nature of the agri-food systems challenges that are affecting South Asia. Of course, your work has been focused on the Eastern Gangetic Plains, but these are challenges that cut across the region, and it's critically important that we really hone in on them as development-focused researchers, working together with practitioners and policy partners effectively and smartly and efficiently, because we have no time to lose in a context where our region hosts a quarter of all humanity, hosts the largest concentration and the largest numbers of both poverty and malnutrition, and really malnutrition of all forms. We have some of the forms of hunger, food insecurity, and undernutrition. But it's also a region where the other forms of malnutrition are either stagnating, such as anemia, or burgeoning, as in overweight, obesity, and non-communicable diseases. Of course, with large land areas and lots of challenges related to climate, it's also a climate change hotspot. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention both the systemic inequalities that really still remain in very deep ways across our region, because of the social hierarchies and sort of systems that have been in place for a long time. Patriarchy, income inequalities, caste inequalities, ethnic inequalities. These are all things that affect our society, and they are therefore systems issues that affect the challenges around food and nutrition and diets. What this means is that in the context of food systems, we need to think about the interconnectedness, of course, across all of these challenges, but also across the continuum of food production and availability, food access and affordability, and food consumption and diets. These are very much the same challenges in a sense that that we are trying to bring evidence to through the regional integrated initiative of the One CGED with all of you and our partners. So I guess the first point that I want to make is that our research jointly as partners and across our own systems and across the region is that our research itself must be responsive to the kinds of challenges that the agri-food system is facing here. And these are challenges that cut across, the production landscape, of course, in terms of the diversification in our farming systems, thinking about nutrition sensitive agriculture, not just from the perspective of, home gardens and homestead food production, which has been done, very effectively in the region over decades, but really pulling back out from there and saying, what do nutrition sensitive, biodiverse kind of agricultural landscapes look like? What do those things mean for groundwater management, for agriculture linked air pollution? But at the same time that we do all of that in the food production system, I think we have to acknowledge that the poor diets and malnutrition which exist in this region in the context of structural and social inequalities and commercial marketing are really intersecting with markets. A majority of South Asians today, from all the estimates that we have, and we hope to bring more data to this in the years, are acquiring our food from markets. And so we have to also really look at what is happening around, food environments, markets, the institutions that surround those, the price landscapes. Again, very, very nice to see research on all of, this whole range of challenges. And I hope we can really continue to push forward on these. So let me say just a little bit about the Regional Integrated Initiative, because I think, it offers some opportunities for us to really dovetail with, some of these other programs of work in the research and the engagement. So it's a One CGIAR program that brings together many of the CG institutions and the CG scientists and all of our partners in the region. We're just beginning work to unfold this. So again, very, very grateful to have this opportunity to share with all of you here as well. But we'll have sort of 5 work packages in this particular initiative that cut across the production to consumption continuum, which is work packages 2, 3, and 4, which is in the middle of your screen here. But really, we want this to be anchored by sort of in work package 5, a strong sense of what does it mean as we look back and forth between farm to plate and plate to farm to understand, what the changes that are necessary there mean for climate change and the environment. But we also want to anchor that around data and on bringing people together. And again, I think this event is a very, very nice example of both of those efforts and of things cutting across the food system. So we're more than happy to in the next several weeks and months, actually, we are unfolding various conversations across the region, country specific, but also region specific around regionally oriented around these different topics. So we're more than happy also to to continue to dialogue with all of you around that. the way, of course, the Eastern Gangetic Plains is a big focus area for our the TAFSA research initiative as well. And the living laboratories there will include locations across, some of the different food production, as well as food acquisition and food consumption settings in the region. So again, really looking forward to collaboration with many of you on bringing together data around these. So, what I would say is, as we look forward, also thinking about our research agenda in ways that geographically co-locates the research around critical locations and around critical agro-ecosystems or critical states, districts, markets, administrative systems is also going to be really important, because a lot of decisions that should be based on research, some decisions are made at a national level, some are made, for example, at a state level, yet others are made at, local agricultural landscape levels. One of the things that, I think is going to be really important is to also think about the geographic co-location of evidence in ways that helps us see the systems and the systems challenges as a whole in these local areas, and then walk back and forth from there. So I think that's the second point, beyond sort of the responsiveness to the specificity of the challenges we face. I think the second point that I want to make about the research agenda is to really think about, the co-location of multiple bodies of evidence around, from across the food system, around key geographic areas. Again, I think the Eastern, this particular conference on the Eastern Gangetic Plain is a wonderful example of that. And we look forward to more of these. Now, I also want to remind ourselves that, one of the big challenges that we face in the region, and I'm coming at this from the perspective of being a nutrition researcher and someone who's looking at diets, is, for us to appreciate that, even as we work, for example, in some of the research on, the farm to plate approach, at the end of the day, what we are seeing when we look at diets and what unfolds, for people is that multiple components of the food system converge on the same geographies and the same individuals, shifting across over the life course to change, what comes on their plates, what goes off their plates, what long-standing dietary patterns look like. And the more and more and more we learn about diets and their intersection with the multiple forms of malnutrition, I think the more we are reminded that it isn't about, specific magic foods or new ways of eating, but people's lifelong health is really driven by lifelong patterns of eating and living. And, in the context of our work on the food system, we have to sort of account for, some of these, more long-range views of patterns, and also how different parts of the food system converge on, on different geographies that we're concerned about. So, food comes to people and comes to their local markets from local crops and own production. It comes through food markets that are bringing food from all over the world, sometimes from multiple public programs that provide food. And very importantly, from, also the individual and familial sort of factors that affect preferences, such as inflammation, but also the binding constraints on people that inform, that sort of create their really affect their ability to act on information, gendered norms in terms of how, food is prepared, acquired, produced, consumed within households, time poverty, affordability, commercial marketing, which sort of also, comes in on these different things. And so, I think as we sort of geolocate and co-locate our research in critical geographic areas like the Eastern Gangetic Plain, but also others, I think we also have to think about how in our research do we take this kind of a holistic view of understanding how the food system is coming together on geographies, on people, on communities, and how these different factors are coming together, so that we don't look at even the factors in their isolation, but really look at them in how they converge. It's complicated, what we're trying to achieve here in terms of thinking about diets that sustain both good health for people and good health for the planet as we look forward is very complicated. And I think as researchers, we need to find ways to, to break this, complexity. I mean, this is the definition of the FAO WHO guiding principles for sustainable healthy diets. And I think everyone who's working across the food system and thinking not just about diets, but about all the things that come together, along the food system to affect people's, health and the health of the environment. We also need to think very carefully and very strategically as researchers as to how we're going to measure, document, and capture these things, because we need to bring data to this, to fuel, and evidence to this, to kind of fuel the right kinds of conversations and then the right kinds of action. So I don't want to leave.
Sorry, Dr. Menon, sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes left to wrap.
Okay, sure, no problem. I will wind up. So I don't want to, stop without some data. And so I thought it would be interesting for this group, because I don't think, we've necessarily seen a lot of diet data in the last couple of days, is, to share with you some findings very briefly from a survey that we did in 6 states across India, mostly to mothers and mothers of young children. And this was done in December 2021. And what we found at that point, mirrored also what a lot of other surveys were finding, which was that at least 50% or nearly 50% of households were reporting some form of food insecurity, with varying levels of severity, but mostly in the mild to moderate. We found that diets were not as diverse as we would have liked them to be, and that the consumption of different kinds of food groups varied tremendously, by state, ranging, for example, all the way from just 40% of women meeting their minimum dietary diversity in MP to nearly 80% of women meeting their minimum dietary diversity in Orissa. Diets, there was not as much consumption of some of the healthy commodities that we would want to see in diets, and the most sort of prominent healthy foods that were consumed by women were whole grains, legumes, and dark green leafy vegetables, with very little consumption of some of the other healthy commodities, such as citrus, vitamin A-rich orange vegetables, vitamin A-rich foods, nuts and seeds, and other such things. And then, of course, of concern, because we're, in the context of healthy diets, we're also now looking much more at what's happening on the other side of the dietary consumption. We find, quite a prominent sort of levels of consumption of a range of different foods that would be considered unhealthy and are required only to be restricted or limited, not, completely eliminated necessarily from diets, but, fairly high consumption of things such as grain-based foods, packaged ultra-processed foods, local deep fried foods, other sweets, etc. So I want to, in a sense, I share that to remind us that, both healthy and unhealthy foods in our diets come from many different places. And even as we look to understand our food system, keeping sort of a holistic view of, the kinds of things that people are consuming that maybe we would want to be concerned about as public health and development practitioners should take a fairly wide view. For anyone implementing surveys, actually, there's plenty of ways to collect this information. And one of the things we want to do in TAFSA is to make those kinds of tools available to people. So as I close out, what are some points perhaps for us to ponder in the development of a thoughtful research agenda that informs policy communities, program practitioners, farmers, people in the retail and private sector, etc. The first point is, of course, that South Asia's nutrition challenge itself has been evolving over the last many years. We do face a burden not just of our typical forms of malnutrition, undernutrition, anemia, and undernourishment, but new forms of malnutrition, which include overweight, obesity, and non-communicable diseases. But regardless of the form of malnutrition, diet matters tremendously, and dietary patterns over the long term matter tremendously. And so, as I exhort all of us in a sense to say, let's really focus in on diets and understand what's going on there, and figure out what needs to happen in food systems to shift those, because doing that will have tremendous impacts on all forms of malnutrition. Second, and an area that I didn't touch too much upon in the earlier slides, there are plenty of areas of progress to learn from across South Asia. Many research teams have been looking at various kinds of innovations and sort of positive exemplars in tackling different forms of malnutrition. And so again, I think we don't need to be demotivated. Instead, I would argue that we can be totally motivated and inspired by, many areas of progress across our region. It's our responsibility as researchers to surface and bring those to the fore. I want to remind all of us that both food systems and food environments, including information, but also binding constraints such as affordability, gendered roles, time poverty, really affect what we eat. And in understanding how food systems unfold, we also need to understand what those non-binding and binding constraints are on people. There is plenty of evidence that agriculture-focused interventions have demonstrated moderate success. I haven't presented an evidence review of that or anything, but we have to look well beyond that. And I hope that at least some of the data and the insights that I shared with you today, sort of help us anchor into my last point, which is that change at scale really requires us to look at this entirety as a system. And it requires systems action and systems research that accounts for all the ways in which food is produced and moves, from production systems towards the plates of consumers. We can't afford to, really approach this in a piecemeal way. And so, our sort of systems-oriented research, in a sense, has to keep pace with, and in some ways even help us keep pace with the other changes that we are seeing around us. So with that, again, I thank you for this great opportunity to be with you all today and congratulate, all of you on a really, really fine event. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you, Dr. Menon, for sharing your insights. I would now like to invite Dr. Yamuna Gill, Senior Research Fellow, Institute for Integrated Development Studies, Nepal, IIDS, to speak on food security and farmers' prosperity in Nepal. Over to you, Dr. Yamuna.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. And I would like to share my presentation. Is it visible now?
Yes, Dr. Yamuna is visible. Could you please make it on slide mode?
Yeah.
Yes, it's on slide mode. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. The topic given to me for sharing is about food security and farmers' prosperity in Nepal. I just would like to take you through my presentation sequence because I'm giving two important elements of discussion of food security and farmers' prosperity, where I would like to touch upon it's around food security. I will put a little bit of context of Nepal and also a little bit of conceptual mismatches that has been hearing from the beginning in the morning today's session also, and most importantly, inclusion lens. And on the farmers' prosperity, I will basically touch upon this recognition and identity of farmers, and also dealing with corporate globalization. And now, sorry, taking to you through this context, most important aspect of our context is the constitutional provision on food security, right to food, and food sovereignty. And food sovereignty itself meaning to farmers' prosperity, including into the 6 principles of food sovereignty that I will come later also. And also we have some legal provisions, for example, the Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act 2018. So this is very important act. We have for the first time, it has defined who is farmer. And farmer also includes who depend on agriculture for food security and livelihoods, who also works in agriculture by producing the local tools and equipments, those who are also working in the value chain. So this is a broad framework of definition we have in the Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act. And likewise, the constitutional provisions has been followed up by our programs. We have periodic plans. Now we are running with the 15th periodic plan. That is also an important element we should consider. And that guides our annual programs and budgets. And it's very important in agriculture sector. We have a 20 years perspective plan, agriculture development strategy, which has food sovereignty in its vision itself. And also for the first time, it has highlighted about farmers' rights. And likewise, we have the political commitments, especially we just completed our local level elections for this 753 local municipalities. And our political parties, the major political parties manifestos has really emphasized on agriculture as a source of employment, income generation, and food security, especially focusing on climate change, migration, and globalization context. So this is also important element. And more importantly, we also have international commitments where all the actors are committed to deal with the food security and farmers' rights concerns. And in the recent days, the civil society consciousness, consumer consciousness, and peasants' coalitions consciousness about how to protect agriculture, how to promote agriculture, and establish right to food and food sovereignty in the context of federal Nepal is also upcoming debate. So this is a very hopeful context we are having in Nepal. And now going to the little bit of mismatches. These are the contexts given, but there are some mismatches, especially looking from the food security governance perspective, because this is my PhD thesis also on food security governance. And from my study also shows that there is a lack of comprehension about the concepts itself, food security, right to food, food sovereignty, food security governance. The conceptualization and comprehension is still very weak, especially among the three tiers of government who are responsible for execution of these legal provisions into reality. That's the first mismatches we have. The second mismatch is about mechanisms, because our government still monitors food security in terms of accessibility, availability, accessibility, affordability, and utilization, stability perspective. But there is no mechanism to assess status of right to food and food sovereignty. It also has a kind of mismatches in terms of understanding of requirement of such mechanisms. And more importantly, overall, the food and nutrition security situation is improving. According to the Global Food Hunger Index of 2020, we are in a moderate level, that means 19.5. But if we see specifically, women and the disadvantaged groups are still suffering from food security and their recognition, because their needs, demands, and priorities are not being addressed by the decision makers. And most importantly, from my thesis also, I can clearly say that we are saying that people's representative in the parliament can really bring our voices into the legal provisions, institutions, and mechanisms. But sometimes the study shows that our representatives also really do not represent most of the cases the women and disadvantaged communities' voices. This is the biggest concern we have to also deal when looking from the governance perspective. So now taking to these specifications, why we should also have this inclusion lens, because according to the SDG, leaving no one behind, or LNOB is very important for us. And in our context, constitutional and legal rights are very important to make sure that food security for all and farmers' prosperity is ensured by the legal provisions. And likewise, we have lots of human rights instruments, not necessarily UDHR only, but also there are other conventions we have signed or party to, like ILO Article 14. This is more, and then also, Article 13 to 19, and CEDAW Article 14. It also talks about access to productive lands, for example. So this is not only about agriculture issues, but also it's a wider human rights issues we have to deal with. And global commitments, as I said earlier, the sustainable development goals for the moment is also very critical for us to look from the LNOB perspectives. And moreover, in our context, we have more than 123 caste and ethnicities, and also by age, by gender, by how do I say, sexual minorities, and different physical conditions. So we also should have the intersectionality even within that group of populations like children, women, Dalit, landless, people with disabilities, sexual identity, voice workers. So this is very important for us not to look only from the national perspective or household perspective, but also from the individual perspective, how to ensure that food security is right to food for all is ensured by the state. So now that's why it requires consideration of targeting approaches, because it's not only the mainstreaming approaches, so it can deal with the food security of all, but more important is also to deal with the targeting measures so that we can apply the equity principles that gives us the pathways for leading to equality for all and then food security for all. So I'm just giving few examples. I'm not going to read out through all. For example, women and children affected from HIV and AIDS, and they need nutritious food, but they are the one who are discarded or who are neglected by the family, and most of the cases they can't afford for that food. And there are also developments. For example, there are dams and then fields are inundated and the farmers are displaced, for example. So these kind of issues are very much temporal as well as the long-term impact related to food security. So it's very important for us to have targeting approach to ensure that intersectional needs, priorities and demands of our community and the household members are being addressed by the state and also in partnership with the private sector, international communities, and civil society. So now going to the next one, in terms of recognition and identity. As I said earlier, this is the first time we have the Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act 2018, which has recognized farmers as an identity, as a by definition. As I said earlier, who labors in agriculture more than 6 months, or who makes the traditional agriculture tools, also counted as a farmer. So this is a very important element we have to carry on, who to be recognized as farmer, because in most of the cases, what we used to say is when we talk about farmer, we understand farmer as male. And when we have to say something about female farmer, then we have to say female farmer, because it was related with the land certificate based identity. So now this is the first time we have the whole bunch of clarity on who is to be counted as farmer. So it includes the Dalits, basically, who are traditionally doing agriculture tools related works, and women who has been contributing 70% of our agriculture laborers, and now they are becoming managers also, especially because of the young folks are going for migration. This is important. And likewise, as I said earlier, ADS, Agriculture Development Strategy, it's for 2015 to 2035. The vision itself has clearly mentioned about the food sovereignty, and food sovereignty in our Right to Food and Food Sovereignty Act, it has defined food sovereignty as 4 elements. One is participation of farmers and citizens in the policy process, and the choice of them to engage in the value chain to do their business, and also their right to select different inputs, including technologies. And also a very important element is to protect themselves from the negative impacts of globalization and corporate globalization and commercialization. So this is very important element we have to really think over. And the first time ADS has recognized about farmers' rights, and this is about their rights are ensured and also strengthened. So farmers' rights has to be supported to protect and promote and encouraged to function in their own identity. Now, this is another area we have to really look from the farmers' perspective, corporate globalization and power concentration. And this is the real threat to farmers' identity and recognition in case of Nepal. As a corporate globalization, what I'm trying to say here is very first is the resource concentration coming through the globalization process, be it seeds, be it chemicals, be it equipments, be it technology. And now the machines, we are importing almost all the machines, agricultural machines from India, China, and other countries. So once the resource is concentrated by the profit-making companies, and then farmers are becoming more and more dependent on them, and this is a kind of a threat for them to lose the traditional knowledge, to lose their local knowledge, to lose their generation-long traditions of using that particular seeds, crops. And it's very important for us is to link with the knowledge. And knowledge is very important at the moment we have lots of dependency on imported seeds and imported technologies. Because of that, we are losing our traditional knowledge, we are losing our indigenous knowledge, we are losing our dependency on our own biodiversity. That is very important for us, especially because we have a very great diversity of ecological diversity. We have great diversity of culture, and a great diversity of culture also relates with the food, what kind of crops we grow and what kind of food we eat. So, and then when we lose
Dr. Yamuna, sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes to wrap up.
Yes, I'm going to conclude. Yes. And then because of that, we are losing our power in the whole food production system and consumption system. This is a bigger threat as I realize in this corporate globalization. And finally, there is also a misconception among the policymakers, among the consumers, and among the different stakeholders that market is the solution. So this is where the problem remains. And then because of the problem remain in the thinking that income and employment is important and market will be the supplier, wholesale supplier. This is going to lead for non-sustainability and then erosion of our indigenous knowledge, crop and technologies on the food and crop system. So finally, what I can say is that the policies has to be very consistent from the conceptualization to the policies and then the mechanisms. And likewise, we have to also very much careful on the participation, whose voice counts, and then partnership, especially for the state mechanism, as well as the international communities, including the IFPRI. So it is very important where to partnership and then how to support the program, especially on the research areas. And finally, what I would like to say is we need a kind of holistic approach to deal with the food security, right to food and food sovereignty, not looking into one aspect of it. The second is the laws and policies are formed, but it's not supported to needs, demands, and priorities of the people, especially women and disadvantaged communities, sexual minorities. This is very important element. And people's representation doesn't make sure that people's voices are included in because of their knowledge, because of their exposure, because of their intention, because of their many other reasons. So it's very important to do some kind of understanding or research on this area also. And finally, a local government is the primary actor according to our constitution. This is the most important actor to deal with the food and nutrition security at the local level. So we need to support them in a full-fledged manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yamuna, for sharing that wonderful presentation. I would now like to invite Ajay Vir Jakra, Chairman Bharat Krishak Samaj Indian Farmers Forum, to speak on bringing together to envision a better future for food systems in India. Before Mr. Ajay speaks, I just want to remind the participants that we have a discussion at the end of the session, and please to post your questions in the Q&A box and the chairperson will take it. Over to you, Mr. Ajay. Mr. Ajay,
thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear me.
Yes, yes.
I can hear you, but can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, yes, I can hear you as
well. Thank you to IFPRI and Dr. Rashid for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Where I am, hovering over my head. Since I began to work with Bharat Krishik Samaj, of farmers organizations, the narrative around food have been evolving. 10 years ago, we used to discuss yield. Today, we discuss sustainability. We used to discuss quantity. Today, we discuss quality. We used to discuss production. Now we discuss livelihoods. We started off discussing agriculture. Now we are discussing farmers. From farmers, we shifted to food, and now we are talking about food systems. In India, in corridors of power, in the center, in the states, and at the block level, we will be attempting to bypass many of these visioning transitions that I have seen on the world stage and come to food systems directly. This is just not a narrative change. This is a process change. This is a change in principles, and it's far more decisive when we talk about food systems. I think this is a landmark event that we're looking at, a decade of trying to shift how policy is made. A food system approach requires linking billions of interdependencies that we have between the food, the people, and the planet, things that we have imagined already and things that we have still not fathomed. So this is a very complex time to be in when you look at food and farm and agriculture policy.
Mr. Ajay, we seem to be losing you. There's a problem with the audio.
Where I was consumption patterns. I think the UN Food Systems Summit was a spectacular success. Yes. With the audio, I'll switch off the mic to see if the signal's better. I hope this will be. I hope this is better.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Your voice is still breaking up a bit.
Can you hear me properly? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just repeat it. The recently concluded UN Food Summit,
Hey, your connection is really poor.
I've got a very good signal.
Mr. Ajay, we have lost you again and we can't hear you.
So where we had, can you hear me?
Yes, you're going in and out. The network seems okay, but we couldn't hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Much better.
Okay, I'm sorry for this connection problem because at my end it seems I have a good connection. But I will quickly run through my points lest I get cut off again. So basically, you're saying the UN Food System Summit was a spectacular success in the sense that everyone in the world, at the world stage, is talking about a systems approach to food, which was not the case earlier. But at the same time, it never reached its potential because creating barriers and changing the food systems. Individual nations were and are busy protecting their individual economies, companies, sectors from unlikely recommendations. For example, reducing red meat consumption in high consumption nations, or criticism of industrial farming were too much to accept for many nations. Even when you look at restrictions on advertisements of unhealthy food, well, we couldn't even come to a definition of what unhealthy food means. It does not, and many issues were not discussed, like consolidation in the food value chain, how WTO rules are unfavorable for developing countries, intellectual property rights. So when you look at a food systems approach, we will have to address these controversial issues. We will have to address these contentious issues on which there is even a problem on defining the issues properly. There is no country in the world invented on the ground on principles of a food systems approach. Similar thoughts pose hindrance when we try to bringing people together to envision a better future for food systems in India. And that is the topic of my intervention today. I, with my experience working with a farmers organization in India and having the ability to talk to people outside India, I think when you look at bringing people together, I think there are two kinds of people in India. One is the ordinary people who really are. The second are the people who make the policy and though influence the policy. The big problem is that policymakers do not yet fathom the interdependencies of food, people, and the planet. The more they know about it, more easily they are convinced that it is impossible to design, let alone implement one. And it's a very daunting picture for food systems in India. We need to first ask is to instill the idea of a food systems in those that can influence, make, and implement policy at different levels, including at the block level. And the next, I think so, is to convince those who understand the value of and the requirement of a food systems approach that it can be done. It's too daunting. Do not be scared about it. Because my experience of the last 1 year has been that those who understand the value of food systems are very scared, are very overwhelmed with the idea of how will we design one, of the criticism that might come while designing a food system, because it is so complex. I understand it will not succeed in the first attempt, or possibly in many avatars that follow. It is inevitable. It will be criticized big time, like the Eat Lancet report was, but they all serve a purpose. I think we will also find opposition from various government departments within the government that do not work together right now. A food systems approach may differ from existing policies like free electricity to farmers, tax on unhealthy food, or a ban on advertisements of unhealthy food, and will receive backlash from farmers, consumers, industry, and others. And that is the opposition we need to tackle, of consumers who do not understand policy. So this is what, as a farmers organization, we are saying is that one set of people are going to make the policy, and they are worried that it's a very complex thing. Then the other set are the ordinary people who don't have anything to do with policy, but without their support, the political system will not have the political will or capacity to enroll, to put forward a food systems approach. There are other dangers in India as it is outside India. Influence of private philanthropy and private capital moving research in a particular direction, is moving farm policy in a particular direction. If one philanthropist decides to fund GM technology versus naturalists and pastoralists who want to invest in agroecological principles of farming, we all know where research will go. The research will go where the money is. This asymmetry of power in a few hands is what we call the power imbalances of a food system. When nearly 1 billion people are not being fed properly on the planet, because a few rich and powerful have mandated use of biofuels, making fuel from crops, and allowing investment funds to invest in commodities in time of the Ukraine crisis. Such issues cannot be glossed over. When we are looking at envisioning a better food systems for India, and maybe that is the same way people are asking who made the Farm Acts in India. Were they influenced by a corporate sector? These are open debate. And these are issues that we need to look at when we try and bring people together to design food systems for India. We need huge investments in research, and to organizations like IFPRI, but IFPRI has funding now on CGED. But I think we need a lot of independent research happening within India itself, which is factored in India and is not influenced by research coming from West.
We just lost Ajay. Rebecca?
Yes, I think we lost Mr. Ajay. While he reconnects, Dr. Rashid, would you like to kick off your comments?
Sure. I wish we could hear him well, because Ajay was very active with the UN Food Summit. He also represents farmers, and he is from a state which draws attention in terms of many of the critical food policy issues that we talk about during this. It ranges from the groundwater depletion to price distortion to land management. All other issues come up in the state of Punjab. That's where he's a farmer. So I was going to ask him a question that how do we bring people together? And his point was, one point that I got very clearly, loud and clear, is that there are actors among the policymakers that do not understand the concept of food system. They do not understand the concept of food, people, and planet. So we have to keep at it. We have to generate objective evidence to inform these actors so that changes can happen. I think that point came out very clearly. I wish he was here to join us to have further conversation about it. But whatever we have heard is very rich. And we had a very rich presentation from Dr. Purnima Menon. As you could see, they are embarking on a very ambitious, very complex research area, joining hands with all CG Center, going there as one CG. This is clearly very ambitious, very complex, as she pointed out, and as you could imagine from her slide. But the question is, we have to be ambitious. Otherwise, we have to keep at it. So, and we have very ambitious leader. I know Dr. Purnima Menon, she will keep at it. And you guys all, I would invite all of you to stay tuned about the TAFSA activities. This is, we live in a region, it's agroecologically diverse, culturally diverse, with political constraints, legal constraints that Dr. Yamuna Gale pointed out. But to improve the food system, to change the food system that we live in today, we have to keep at it. I think that is a very important point. This is an important takeaway for all of us. I would like to invite Dr. Purnima Menon to highlight one point, that how do we integrate political economy dimensions that Ajay was pointed out in the TAFSA framework. Maybe I missed it. For the audience, if you could elaborate a little bit, I think that will be helpful. Dr. Purnima Menon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rashid. Very, very important question, and one that we have been encouraged to think very hard about, even as the TAFTA reviews have come into us. So I'm just going to say we're very aware of the critical importance of doing that. We're trying to figure out how best to do this. And actually, we would invite partnership. If there's anyone in the audience here, anyone else here who's across that production to consumption framing that I presented, if there are researchers among you who are particularly interested in exploring the political economy and institutional governance aspects that really affect what unfolds here, I really invite you to reach out to us to help shape that thinking. For now, I would say our thinking is we're very aware that there are policy, political economy, and governance challenges that affect different parts of that production to consumption landscape. And it's our responsibility really to, even within some of the more specified research questions that we've done, to try to find ways to surface those particular issues. So, I'm just going to say I'm, welcome collaboration, and, we're very happy to find jobs, find resources to make that happen, etc. So please reach out. Thank you.
We have participants from Bangladesh, Nepal, India. All three countries are included in TAFSA. So please reach out to Dr. Purnima Menon if you have suggestions, comments, and remain engaged. I'm sure they'll remain engaged, active in terms of providing you information as to what TAFSA is trying to accomplish, what the insights they're generating. So remain engaged. That will be very important. It's a challenging task, but we cannot shy away from it. We have to take on it. We have to face it head on and handle it for us as well as for our future generation. The way food system is today, it is not sustainable. This is not sustainable for our future generation. So we owe it to us and our future generation to transform this food system. Dr. Yamuna Gale, I was very impressed by the issues he had touched on. So all the political challenges, cultural, social, legal challenges that you touched on. And you also have seen presentation from Dr. Purnima Menon, and you have heard part of Dr. Ajay Jakar's talk. How would you engage with, for example, TAFSA? If we invite you to engage with TAFSA in the future in Nepal, how do you engage and how do you bring value to TAFSA? If you could reflect on that, I would really appreciate that.
Thank you so much. This is a very important aspect of doing a bit of mind mapping, I would say, mind mapping, and also supporting the government is because our state has just been federalized for last 5 years. And the constitution has clearly spelled out the role of the explicit roles of the 3 tiers of government, as well as the common rights of common responsibilities of the government, as well as there is unbundling report which has elaborated the role of this constitutional rights of the 3 tiers of government. But unfortunately, we are not been able to really fix it because everybody is not clear on what is to be done and what is not to be done. So this is where I see how this federal state structure, as per the constitutional provisions for food security, right to food, and food sovereignty, can be executed at the level best, especially responding at the local level. Because as I said earlier, when we have this local level responses with the capacity, and it is the most important area where we can support to develop resilient, to develop a locally knowledge, traditional knowledge based, local land risk based, and also culturally responsive food production system. This is the most important element, how we can support our local governments to take up their constitutional responsibility to make the agriculture systems more sustainable, more resilient, more locally adapted, because as I said, we have more than 123 caste and ethnicities, and the production system, food system is related with our identities also. So it's very important for us, the local government, become responsible to look food from the holistic perspective of climate change, employment, income generation, and also the cultural and the social aspects of it.
Thank you, Dr. Gail. Dr. Purnima Menon has given her email address in the chat.
Sure.
So please do reach out, remain engaged. And also good news, we had Mr. Jakar rejoin. Ajay, can you invite you back?
Yes, I'm ready to join if you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you much better.
But the only problem is I don't know where I got cut off because I was so engaged in my conversation that I don't know when I got cut off. But
at the point where you are talking about, we need to communicate to the policymakers. We need to generate objective evidence. I got up to that part.
So I don't know where exactly I got cut off, but what we were trying to say is that we need to focus on behavior change. And that is a crucial part. If we want we will need to involve consumers, we'll need to involve the common people for the politicians to have the political will and the bureaucracy to get them out of their slumber. We'll have to get the people to be involved. And this will require a 20-year campaign. It cannot be a research-driven agenda. Food systems change cannot be a research-driven agenda. It has to be a people's-driven agenda. And I'll give you an example. India has a huge problem of importing tens and thousands of crores, maybe nearly a lakh of crore rupees. So we could either talk about import substitution or putting palm oil in ecologically sensitive places, or we could also talk about changing diets that we consume less of this cooking oil. Now, so food systems approach requires a longer term thinking. We should start thinking and working on it from primary school onwards. And the most difficult people to teach and to change are not the ordinary people, not the consumers, not the farmers. It's the policymakers and those who influence policy, because they have worked in silos for all their lives and they will have difficulty in doing this. Bharat Krishik Samaj is holding a Food Systems for India Summit, which is co-convened by David Nabarro, who will be here with us in November, and by Mr. Nand Kumar. It's a physical event, and we believe it will be the biggest event of food systems in India it's ever taken place. And we'll be reaching out to IFPRI for partnerships and other things. But the crucial thing that we're coming again and again is how do you get people together? And this is where I think we need to take these conversations out into the public domain, and we need to think completely differently. And I'll give you an example. I was in Rome last year for the UN pre-summit of the UN Food System Summit. So I was talking to people who work at FAO, and they were talking about that this is the year of millets. And I told them that the year of millets, you need to target it differently. You cannot target year of millets by asking people to produce more millets. The way you design the year of millets would be that you go to the best chefs in the world, you go to consumption organizations, and you have new diets, and we focus on consumers, which will create the demand and pull for farmers to produce more. Farmers will produce what markets demand or what governments incentivize. So basically, I'm trying to say that in any policy debate, we overlook consumption behavior, we overlook behavioral changes, we focus on hard research. It's not going to be enough if you look at a food systems approach. And if you were to do a survey, I mean, it's going to be a difficult thing, but it can be done. We should not be worried about it. And there are so many things in the food system that we yet do not know. I'll just leave it at that because I don't know where I got cut off, but I'm happy to answer if anybody has any questions. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you for rejoining, and thank you for sharing the information that your farmers organization will be holding Food System Summit in Delhi. So we'll be looking forward to joining you in that event. Any question from the audience for Mr. Chakar? As I pointed out earlier, Ajay Chakar was very active in the UN Food System Summit. He's also a farmer. He claims himself to be a farmer. He represents Bharat Krishak Samaj. And his estate draws attention about some of the issues that we're talking about. Land management, groundwater management, policy distortion, all of those issues. So his point, if I take now at this point, is that it is not going to come from research. We have to do the communication for behavior change at the farmers, consumers, more importantly at the policymakers. I slightly disagree with Mr. Chakar in the sense that the concept of the food system also evolved from research. So we do need to generate evidence to convince the policymakers, the stakeholders who are not buying into the idea of people, food, people, and planet. The big companies that are not joining hands in making food system transformation happen. So at that point, I think we have to work together, all actors together, but we continue to generate evidence so that we can influence policymakers, we can influence the key actors in the food system so that change can happen. So I leave it that way. I'm not referring, sure you can, but I'm not referring to just solid academic research. I'm talking about evidence analytics. This is the application implementation research, which IFPRI has been conducting in India and elsewhere. So what is needed is more implementation research that can inform the policymakers. Ajay, sorry, I talked a bit too long. Please respond.
So I maybe I was not to your point that you disagree that I said that it is going to come through consumer change and not research. Maybe I was not clear because of my signal. What I was saying is that now only research cannot do it. We need consumer behavior change to come with research for this to be successful. Okay. So I'm saying both these are required. Consumer research. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. From the audience, any question? I will put you on the spot, Purnima. Would you like to respond to Mr. Ajay Chakar?
I wanted to, thank you, Ajay, for, in a sense, framing some of the challenges and the area that, we want to, really support with evidence as we look forward. But I thought I should, I agree with both you and with Shahid, we need movement. But we also need data. We also need to know what people's diets are looking like. We need to know where it's coming from onto people's plates. We need to know what farmers are producing, and we need to be able to look at that data and that evidence together so that it sometimes shapes and reshapes our own perspectives and opinions, because otherwise a lot of people have a lot of opinions about what people are eating, what people should be eating, what farmers should be doing. And I think this is where data and evidence sort of helps to cut through the clutter a little bit. I'm really proud that the TAFSA research agenda is not a Western-driven research agenda. It's a research agenda where we have been consulting and consulted last year, hundreds of scientists and stakeholders across the region in our various consultations. And it's one where we are continuing conversations. We're taking it slow. We are not saying, okay, we're just doing this research and just, making recommendations. And so I also want to appreciate the point that you brought up about who drives the research agenda and who supports and funds the research, et cetera, is so critically important. I really hope that we as GE and as IFPRI and our many partner organizations can work together with people like you who are supporting the people's movement so that we bring data and really sort of connect the dots on this. I think the power for change has to come, with all of us doing what each of us does best and coming together around a common cause. So thank you for actually stating all of that out and raising, some big challenges for all of us.
I agree. We also have to engage with people like Ajay, who has been active at both levels, at global level, as well as at the farm level, at the grassroots level. And as the research institution, policy research institution, I think we have made that mistake in the past, not engaging with the civil society organization enough. I think that we'll try to work together in the future more so that we have line of communication. So, all right, Rebecca, how are we doing in terms of time?
We're doing good in terms of time, Sheikh.
Very good, excellent. So let me then bring Dr. Yamuna Gale. Any question that you have for Dr. Purnima Menon or Mr. Ajay Vidjakar from Nepal? You can agree to disagree. This is a conversation that we are having.
I fully agree on this discussion on the civic education, especially from the childhood, because in our context also, the food habit system and then also the perception about food coming from market and the disrespect to the producing organizations or the producer groups. It's one of the critical area we have to look at first. The second thing is, as I said earlier, the cultural foods are not being recognized by the system, so that the cultural foods are being eroding in terms of its quality. And cultural food is also very important with the research, because just one of my research showed that because of the change in the rice varieties, they cannot really produce the shape of the cultural food they used to produce before. So this is also very important to relate with our research system on the varietal development and everything. The third thing is about our policy people, especially as I also listened to Jakarji. The policy people, as I said earlier also, they are not very much enthusiastic, I would say, not enthusiastic, in most of the cases not competent, and in most of the cases not representing the people's voice, especially from disadvantaged communities and women. What are their needs, what are their priorities and demands? They hardly listen to it, but they mostly listen to our traders and business group, and they decide on policy provisions accordingly. So this is the harmful practice we are doing in Nepal. That's the most serious.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Mr. Chakar, please respond.
Because there is no, I'm not responding. There's a point that was earlier said that we see as a farmers organization, I think it's the largest private sector activity in the world. And Private sector is absolutely essential for a food systems transformation. But having said that, I also want to flag the point that the private sector is going to be helpful if we improve our institutional architecture, if we improve governance. If you think the private sector is going to change the amount of sugar they put or the labeling they do or how they sell unhealthy foods to children, it's not going to happen without regulation. It's not going to happen without enforcement or regulation. So to hope that the private sector will deliver on goals which are the common good for common society and survival of this planet, I think so are misplaced. I have seen it in the last many years. We want to work with the private sector, but we want them to be accountable and transparent, which is different than allowing them unregulated space of working in the markets. And let's not add the fact that they can decide policy for us. They can decide the food safety authorities working with the private sector. But is it what the civil society and people want on fortification? Is it what we want on labeling? These are questions which I'm not answering today, but I'm leaving it for everyone to think about it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. I see that Avinash has a question. Avinash, you have a question. Please raise it now. We have time. I think this conversation is become very interesting. So let's continue for extra few minutes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ajay and other speakers. My question was to Dr. Ghale. Earlier, Dr. Madhav Karki also talked about the challenge Nepal is facing in actualizing its constitutional vision for local self-governance, so 3 levels of governance and a lot of uncertainties. So one thing in TAFSA and in other research that we are doing in Nepal, what kind of research would be useful in understanding or kind of if I could use the word, the mess that has been created by this 3-tier government, which is proving very difficult to resolve. Frankly, as a researcher, and I have a PhD in policy, but I find myself quite ill-equipped to even start from what end to start doing some meaningful research in Nepal. That would be useful to the government at all 3 levels, where we are not just prescribing things that are not possible to happen, but actually coming up with some insights that everyone in the country, including the 3 levels of government, would be useful. Should it be capacity building at the local level or better coordination? If you can throw some insights on that, Dr. Ghale. Thank you.
This is very important element you touched upon. Most important for us is that how do I say, the connecting threads between these 3 tiers of government, especially in agriculture sector, has been very much dismantled. So we have to look it from the systems perspective, institutional perspective. What kind of institutional arrangements should we have, and what kind of human resource arrangements we should be making? Because for the moment, we don't have very strong hold of technical human resources in the local government. This is the first area we have to look into, institutional arrangement and the human resource. This is the first thing. The second thing, what I see is because of the migration, we are doing a lot on this mechanization, agri-mechanization, and where we really lack survey or the demand-based response on how to support our national system on developing agriculture equipments and tools that are responsive to smallholders, that are responsive to women farmers, that are responsive to the hill terrains. This is very important area for us, is because most of the time now, all the equipments are imported without any assessment, without any demand collection. And once the equipments are collected, now they are in a problem of dumping stage. So this is important area for us to develop tools and equipments that are compatible to our national system and women responsiveness. So the second thing, and then third thing is the curricula. As you said, very importantly, our education curriculum has to be really changed in the given context of migration, climate change, and federal system. And our curriculum has not been changed so far. And our education system has to be really revamped, I would say, from the technical perspective, so that it can be responsive to women, youth, as they can go as an entrepreneur by themselves, or they can be sellable technician in the business houses. And also very important is about this food system, as other colleagues also said, about food behavior, food wastage, and food-based technology development. This kind of behavioral part is also very important. So if we
Thank
can
you,
really
Dr.
focus on
Gale.
technical education,
Thank you, Dr.
that would
Gale.
be-
I see, Ajay, you have your hand up. Mr. Jakar? Ajay, are you still there? Okay. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Let me take this time to thank the people behind organizing it, all the speakers. Thank you so much from IFPRI, all the participants who have actively participated in this event. Thank you so much. Our colleagues who have worked behind the scene to make it happen. Big thank you to all of you. You time and again come strong doing this event in organized way. I think we have started a very good conversation in this forum. Let me also take the time to thank all the partners here. But to do that, formally, I would like to invite Dr. Avinash Kishore, who has been behind it all along, running this program in Eastern Gangetic Plain with partners from Bangladesh and India. Some impressive set of presentation over the 2 days. We have to keep the momentum going. We have to enhance the partnership, and we have to keep at it. Avinash, I'll pass it on to you. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thanks, Shahid. Thanks to all the speakers in the webinar. Like I said, we had presentations not only from this project, but also other projects that have looked into food systems or its different aspects. So I do thank all the speakers who agreed to present and attend this session. Some of them at very odd hours, especially those who were in the eastern side of the US, had very, very late hour presentations. I would like to thank the team at IFPRI who helped us coordinate the event. I would like to name their names. So Rebecca Lysham, she has been in touch with you. Anisha, who while still struggling with her health, contributed to the process. Ruchi Narang, Jyotsna Dua, and Nikita Verma, you must have heard from all of them. I also want to thank Shahid for chairing the session and sending invitations and helping me to get an excellent group of people here in the room. I do want to thank, to extend a special thanks to our partners in this project, UBKV in West Bengal, CGED in Nepal actually, and BAU, Bangladesh Agricultural University in Mymensingh. They have been our partners throughout this project. Apart from that, we also collaborated with a number of other institutions and individuals, either in their individual capacity or institutional collaborations. That includes ICAR-NIAP. It does include Javeria, who is now at Christ University, has been a partner in this project. It includes other institutions like JNU and INREM Foundation too. They all contributed very interesting, very insightful inputs on different sectors. Last but not the least, I want to thank my colleagues from ACIAR, Dr. Robin Johnston, who is now retired, but was the main support behind this project and the driving force to generate and provide resources, financial resources for it. Dr. Kuhu Chatterjee, who helped us throughout this project and build relationships and partnerships with all the people. Dr. Tamara Jackson, who chaired our first session and has also been an active participant and contributor to this project. And Dr. Jim Woodhill, who works with the Agriculture for Food Nexus, couldn't attend this project, but has been providing intellectual and other support to this project throughout. Thanks a lot. Like Purnima shared, this project has already helped me at least, build upon what we did here. And now once CG has taken up a food systems approach in South Asia, TAFSA is that project to begin with, and hopefully we'll have other projects, so TAFSA will expand. And for now, TAFSA goes up to 2024, but we hope that it will continue. And there, like Purnima highlighted, we want to build upon all the partnerships that this project and other projects that IFPRI and other CG centers have been engaged in this region. We cannot do food systems work, like Ajay said, without support and active participation of all of you. So we'll keep leaning on you, we'll keep coming back to you, and we'll try to involve you in this activity. Purnima and I, Purnima co-leads the project, but both of us also lead the first work package, which is about generating and collating more data and building or bringing together the learning platforms that are out there on different aspects of food system. We know there are a bunch of stakeholder networks, learning networks that are already quite active. We want to bring them together on a single platform frequently, not only at the national level or state levels, but also at the regional level, so that we can learn from each other, which we can enrich each other's insights. So in that process, we'll keep coming back to you, and we look forward to active support, participation, and engagement with all of you in this webinar. Thanks a lot, and wish you all a very good day. Thank you. Over to you, Rebecca.
Thank you. And with this, we conclude the two-day forum. Thank you, everyone, for joining and enriching the discussions. The two-day virtual forum was streamed in the IFPRI-South Asia YouTube channel, so the videos are available there, and I will share the link with you. Thank you again, and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.